Good evening and welcome. So it's time for a little more Factorio or Factorio ASMR. There you go. Weird. And we just install the game. Yeah, you can even install the game to just have the main menu running in background. Nice. Yesterday I could only watch a bit of stream, but I noticed you changed the design of the seat blocks, specifically the power poles. Could you explain the reasoning behind a bit? We plan using the same design on other planets as well. Yes. Jumping straight into the Factorio questions. Yes, and that's because I don't have on Novice. I don't have substations in the beginning, obviously, so I can't use a substation grid. But on the second planet and onwards, I can use the substations, and it just looks a little bit nicer, I think, to have a substation grid. Hoping for a holiday recap. Well, Isolde, there is a long holiday recap at the beginning of the stream yesterday, so maybe more interesting when we get into the Factorio things. Then you just load up the VOD from yesterday and pretend that that's live, and then you get a holiday recap. I even said welcome to all the people who said welcome back from holiday, how was it, so that I could sort of send them to the start of the yesterday's stream. Back over. What thickness of rope do you prefer? I always tie my ropes are 7 meters. I think they're actually, no, they're 8 meters. They're 8 meters or maybe 8.1 meter long. They are 6 millimeters wide, and they're made of jute rope. And that's the only thing I use. Frictional Nevada, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Should we get the little kitty up here? Yeah. He can come up and say hi here to start with. 10-cent rope choice. Yeah, the funny thing is, like, when I've watched the little bit, the stuff that is on YouTube, they are usually Americans, and they all tie, not all, but they usually tie with nylon rope, and that's just like a big fucking no, unless you do decorative ties, which I guess is kind of what you want. So if you're just tying with tying for sort of a nice looking harness or something like that, but not using it for anything, then fine, use nylon, but absolutely do not use synthetic rope for any suspension or any high tension. And the reason is it gives burn marks, and that's really rough. So yeah, synthetic fiber, it gives burn marks, and cotton rope is also a big fucking no-no. People go like, oh, but it's so soft. Yeah, and it's self-tightening. And that means that you can tie knots that you cannot untie. Because the rope, sort of, as you put tension on it, it just keeps sort of, because it's elastic. Cotton is not so. Cotton rope is a lot softer than jute rope or hemp rope. Yeah, self-tightening seems bad. Yeah, really bad. Like, you don't want to do suspension with cotton rope. So that's why, like, natural fibers, it has to be strong, which hemp is strong, and it has to be non-elastic. Like, so. Length, because I don't like to extend ropes if I can avoid it. Naka style. I have my gnome ropes, and I have half ropes and quarter ropes. And I can get by with all of that. So, does the rope tier... What? Also have to be the rope on tier? What? I don't get it. Tire. Oh, tire. Also have to be the rope on tire. Yes. Technically, tire. Yeah. Yes. Because untying other people's rope is surprisingly difficult. Because you know how you do your tensions, and you do know which way to go, and you know how tight you tie things. But if you're suddenly untying someone else's ropes, then it's just really complicated to figure out, like, what the hell have you done here? Like, it's just a big Gordian knot. So, it's yeah. But it's also cat stream too. Yeah. So if you don't like listening to what we talk about, you can always watch the cute kitty. See, there's something for everyone. I can't believe your cat is so laid back. Oh, he is. He's been away for a week, so he was started at 4 a.m. standing outside my door, goes like, meow, meow, like really crying, like he'd been left. So, yeah. So he is a little bit extra cuddly. Other people's stuff is a nightmare. Yeah. That's the most clingy cat. Yeah, he is very clingy. But I don't think clingy. Sometimes right now he's clingy because he's been sort of away for a week, but he's just really, really cuddly. Jonna wants to set up the phone to watch the cat cam. Well, there we go. Yeah, he is a cutie. I noticed that when I have people coming over for a visit, and you can see the people who have cats, they just pick him up and hold him maybe like this or maybe whatever way, but then it's not comfortable. He can feel that if you don't have a cat, then he becomes really uncomfortable because people who don't have a cat, they try to do the same thing and it's just super uncomfortable. Like my partner, she doesn't have a cat. She loves cats, but when she tries to pick up Speedy, they both look really uncomfortable. It's so funny. She even said that when I had my partner and another woman over, and the other woman had cat, and she just picked up Speedy, and my partner afterwards was like, I get a little bit jealous because she can handle Speedy so much better than I can. Yeah, okay, that's a good thing to be jealous of. Hate being cuddled for more than 10 minutes. Yeah. You need to pick a cat up to how to do it. Yes. Yeah, you have to keep at it to pick up cats. He was on vacation. He was on vacation when I was on vacation, but now we're both back from vacation. So, ouch. Yeah. So, I tried to make the pre-game show a little bit more aesthetically pleasing by wearing a cat. It helps a lot. Are you forgiving it? Yeah, it looks like it, right? It looks like we're good. We're good. So ASMR should trademark this. It's. Don't think we can trademark. Oh, now I feel that he's gonna be sort of going into the. Oh, I'm just gonna start chewing on you instead. Yep, there we go. You can feel it. You just can feel like. It's cotton, but they are very well conditioned. Forgive my impartial, but I use 1/4 for decorative and 1 for the more rough play. Don't you have issues that it? And you say that they're conditioned. That means you've stretched them all that they can. I would never use it. I tried it once just because someone was like, "Oh, I prefer this," and I was like, "Can I try something?" And then I just tied a knot, just tightened it. I would and go, "Yeah, I can't get this up. I can't untie this." And you're like, "Oh." I was like, "Yeah, okay." So, how was vacation, Shio? I started the stream yesterday by talking a lot about vacation and getting getting completely off track. So the start of the stream has like an hour of talking. So I think I'll defer to that instead. Vacation. That's a moderator command, I think. Yeah, it is a moderator only. This is not in use. Well, it is in use. It is in use. It's just if a moderator does it, then it's the break command. Because I sometimes said I gotta take a vacation. Stretch and an actual condition on them. A conditioner. Okay. Well, to each their own. Do you do suspension, Sujin? Because then I get all scared. Vacation. How are you not a moderator yet? Yeah, exactly, Isolde. How are you not a moderator yet? Because Isolde, there's also right now in the moderator only chat, there's actually some rope pictures that I've shared with the moderators. Not a lot of enthusiasm for it, but yeah, I did share them there, and I'm also shared them on my FedLife profile. Yeah, so whoop. And having to take a vacation is such a real thing. Years are, and the only thing to decompress. I've been taking a week-long vacation pretty much every 3 months. Best decision of my life, even a bit costly. Yeah. I don't think that I can sort of chime in on this because I don't have a stressful work life. So for me, I can understand if you sort of have your career job and you're struggling and you're working hard and you have all this stress at work, you really, really need a vacation. In that case, I can definitely see the point of trying to get a vacation in every 3 months, like 1 week, instead of just saving it all for a long summer vacation. But I can definitely see that. That's not where I am. My work-life balance is as unbalanced as most people, but it's shifted the other way around. There's way more life and not much work, and therefore sort of I don't need vacations in the same case. I don't have this like I need to get away from this because I can just walk away from gaming or content creation for a week if I feel like it and just do something else. So I sympathize with it, but I also don't recognize it personally anymore because that's not how my life functions these days. And I know I'm privileged, and I do appreciate that. So, and thank you to all of you for making it so, especially on Patreon. Patreon has been doing good since we started Factorio again. So that's really nice, and I do really appreciate that. I'm not sure if Nisala as a model would be good. A lot of tree haters would end up banned in a pinch. I don't know. But there's also a lot of cat pictures shared in our moderator-only chat, so there's also also that. That's how we lure people in with more for the moderator duty. It's like, ooh, we share cat pictures. It pays. How to take a vacation every month. Yeah, well, first thing is you're living on the wrong side of the Atlantic, Gareth. That's the first step. And after that, we can start talking about it. But that's the step that you definitely need. That's the biggest step you need to change in order for having any chance of getting in any kind of normal job, a more regular vacation schedule. I have 6 weeks of vacation in Denmark and probably also Sweden and Norway. So I don't know, France probably as well. Don't know how the other European countries are, but Scandinavia's generally 6 weeks of paid vacation per year. Technically 5 plus 5 days, but I don't know how that's not 6 weeks, but whatever. I've been watching your videos, and you said a couple of times that you don't know how to give the patrons your personal robot configurations. You can constantly combine it. Yeah, thank you. I figured it out. I actually knew it when just as I said it, it just came to me like, of course I know how to do that. Lord Bizuk, thank you for the subscription. Welcome. Extension just tying, nothing to the levels you do at all, just fun for me and wife. Oh, nice. It's such a nice thing. Like, it is. I think a lot of relationships would be better by having. Wow, I think I'm gonna go down on a rant now. Sorry if anyone wrote something. I'm gonna go down on a rant here. Okay, a lot of couples struggle with their intimacy, and I'm going to use intimacy sort of take it at a higher level because it's not just sex, it's intimacy. And I've been there myself. I've been married, and after a while we were just basically roommates who shared kids and got annoyed about not the other person not doing their house duties. That's how it works. And it's really hard when you get into that rhythm. You have your career, you have your own hobbies, and you have the kids to take care of, to also sort of find the time to do something romantic together. And then it sort of became like, okay, let's watch a movie together and cuddle in the couch. And it just kind of was like, yeah, it's really low quality. And every time you want to go out, then you have to have babysitters and all that stuff. And it's just really hard, sort of logistically, to keep the romance going. I'm talking from personal experience. I'm pretty sure this applies to other people as well. And like, then us sort of wanting to do something together was like, let's have sex. Or it was like, oh, let's watch a movie together. And both of those are like, it's not like they're not high quality time, but they're not really. Like, there's not a high level of intimacy in just kind of like, it's been kind of a week, so should we just have sex so that we sort of don't forget how it is? Because that's how it can get in a marriage. Or it's like, let's watch a movie together and then fall asleep and watching the movie and snuggle a bit, and that's okay. But having something else, and we didn't have that, and that's why it's ex-wife. Not only because of that, but the intimacy just got lost. And I'm thinking now that something like rope or tantra massage or something that is really intimate, but also something that takes hours, is a really, really good thing. And also something you don't have to go out to do. So you can sort of tuck in the kids, and then you can give each other a tantra massage. And it's like incredibly intimate and loving, and it's a great way of showing love. Or it can be a rope session or something where you sort of work on your polarity, and that's probably a word that most people don't really understand what it means. Like, yeah, you work on your intimacy and you work on your dynamics, because there can also be a thing so where maybe everything gets down to chores and everyone is even on that. And it's really difficult to sort of, and this is what I mean by polarity, that it's really difficult for the woman to be a woman and the man to be a man, and sort of fall into more sort of the things that you actually got attracted in the first place. And something like a tantra massage or something like rope or BDSM or anything like that, where you can sort of go into a space and play for a while, can really restore that polarity and sort of remind you each other why you fell in love in the first place. And I think that's a really healthy thing, because it's a hell of a lot more intimate than watching a movie on the couch. And it's also a lot more intimate than just having sex, because it's like hours of foreplay and dynamic and playfulness and fun, and you have to really be in tune with each other. It's just amazing. So I think that would be in my marital invitation, or sort of relationship invitation, to sort of before things completely dry up, then try to sort of incorporate something activity that is, and it was like, oh, we go for a run. It was like, yeah, you're running next to each other for an hour. Like, that's not really building intimacy. That's just kind of, you do things in parallel, but something that's really intimate together. And then, so let me see if someone commented on any of that. Damien Phoebe, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. And it ended up in divorce and hardest part of my life that I'm struggling with. Burnout, depression, wish all people not to go through that. Yes. So. My cat is called Speedy, and he is somewhere. Not the Factorio talk I expected to join. No, but if you see this ugly mug, then we're talking about all things not Factorio. And when you see the Factorio screen, yeah, that's it. And if you don't, not saying you, but if anyone doesn't like it, then just show up a half an hour late, and then you'll skip all the talk thing. How many people just clicked on the stream right now and are hearing you a Factorio stream at intro and about intimacy? I mean, people, there is a saying in this channel: you come from Factorio and you stay for the rants. And I do want to lean into that as well. To talk about what you want versus don't want. Exactly. It means you have to take care of each other, like boundaries and injuries, and sort of as your bodies evolve and devolve, taking care of each other, and it establishes some kind of power dynamic that if you want to play with that in a safe way, I think it's a great thing, but of course I'm super biased. That's why I'm also saying stuff like a tantra massage is also like a super good way to build some intimacy. There's just nothing. I can imagine nothing better than if you're stressed out and you just come home and your partner says like, I'm just lie down and I'm gonna give you a warm, full body oil massage. And you don't have to do anything. You don't have to turn the favor. You just enjoy it for several hours. Put on some nice music, warm it up, a little bit of candles, maybe some scenting, and just like, and it doesn't even have to be sexual. It can just be like, wow, that's amazing. So, yeah, and it's a great way to sort of. It's also a great way in terms of a tantra massage. Like, if you want to spoil your partner, like that's a dirt cheap but incredibly powerful way of spoiling your partner. Just go like, hey, let me treat you for a massage tonight, and just lean into that. So yes, would avoid many frustrations and misunderstandings. Yes, that is true, Zolda. It would be nice if, but the young people are generally so closed up about these talks. Of course, more with their parents and adults, but there's yeah, it just seems interesting how archetypical, because of course their influences from their friends and TikToks and social media and all sort of cultural references, which, all things being said, cultural references are just extremely heteronormative, monogamous. And that means young people, they think that's the only way to live. So, because adults do not only talk about it. Yes, I had an amazing talk with my my son the other night about sexuality. He's 13, so really, really nice. I'm really so proud of him for talking openly about it. And so we had a good talk, and I also have good talks with my daughter. And it's amazing. So you can try as a parent to try to keep an open mind and live. I also live openly, and my kids know that. I had this thing where I talked to my daughter on the phone, and I heard she was partying with some friends, some girlfriends. They were laughing in the background and say, and then there was like, "Oh, you have fun with the girls," and she was like, "Gee, you too, Dad." Like, yeah, okay. She knows, and she was being clever. So yeah, she knows what kind of life I live. So that's and I did also have like 2 girlfriends for a long time. So and my kids knew that. So that's it's just openness, and I do like that. Hopefully she's happy for old man. Yeah, I think I think there's like, my sense is that there's a bit of secondhand embarrassment, but also like it's kind of cool, but also just not too much. Hello, Elodil. Thank you for the 33 months. Good to see you. Like it's pretty cool to have a dad who is a YouTuber and who sort of lives openly and interestingly and that kind of thing. As long as it's sort of, as long as it doesn't impose on her world, it can be like good to know that it's not sort of so boring, but it's also like, don't embarrass me, please. Yeah, we have a camera issue, which we are gonna gracefully ignore by going into the game. There we go. No one will see it. Boop. And let's get the overlays up here. Here, and 10 hours ago. That must be this morning. So we're in the game. Here we are. Right. Well, this is the other planet. So on our home planet on Novus, what are we having? We have started upgrading with laser turrets all the way around, and you can see there's a little bit of a of a backlog. Cybernes, we got everything tabbed here. That one I haven't set up yet, but it should. So sometimes I have to build things 3 times in the various sort of issues here or things. And let's do this one. I also fixed a lot of the blueprints today because when I went on vacation, they were not super good. So some of them were not great. So I've updated a lot of the blueprints, plus also sort of taking the actual paving away from all of the other blueprints, so they don't contain paving anymore. I think that's just nicer. So you can sort of set up the city block, and you can set up the brick only, and then you can set up these because they will tile normally. I think it's just nicer, so you don't force. I don't force you to put in tiling everywhere. Did I miss wisdom talk at the start of the stream? Yes, you did. You did. But you know, the VOD is still available, and you can just jump in and start over from the VOD. Let's see, is there anything else? Oh, explosives. Yes, that actually means that we should go here. And trash unrequested. What? Why? There. Get that back in. Get it back in. What? How do I? Oh, like that. How do I? Oh, because I'm on the wrong planet, that's why. Can't do that. I didn't want to take that out. No. Sucks. That sucks. Because I really didn't want to do that. Can I just do 6 like this, and then these don't go back. Why do they not go back? Oh well. Ah, there's... Yeah, okay. Request and pound back. I don't think you can do that. Well, asteroids, because they were getting stuck. That's the stuff I fixed. This one had an issue that it had overflowed on oxide chunks because during the creation process it didn't have a condition, so it was stuck. So I had to get rid of them. The only way to get rid of them was actually just sending them down. So all of these were full of oxide asteroid chunks, and that was just how it is. So to manually get it back by inventory handling with your own bare hands. Yeah, yep. Unfortunately, that's how it is. But what I actually wanted to do was set up. I can do sort of some request here. We'll just take 100 so that it gets back. Where are you at? You're stopped at Volcanus. Yeah, we'll do this for now. You had more oxide chunks on others. I do, but they can't really get back up there. So that's just how it is. We will have a lot of junk in random locations. Actually, I should also get the junk storage up here somehow. Yeah, there you go. Built that. And we'll do something else. Alright, so what is it? What do we do? Mining productivity? Why do we do mining productivity? Oh, because these are not there, right? This one's already done. So let's see, is there anything else we want to do here? We can do that one. Confirm. We can do this one. And that is a yellow science, so we can do this instead. Yeah. So this is now the filter thing for each of the different sciences, and I think it kind of works, but it works better with like really big resources. So now it goes for speed module as long as we have this metallurgic science. Then it goes for that and that. Yes. And is there anything else we want? Coal liquefaction. Oh, we need coal liquefaction first, I think. Oh no, what the hell? Why is there... So this one... How does this work? Like, one of these has changed. I don't know how that works. I think you only need one of them to set research, I think. Oops. Okay, so now it's the top left one that is set up and the other ones are actually doing stuff. Okay, so we'll... Yes. Let's take half of... So itself doesn't have a way of probably getting rid of junk you don't want. Yeah, like throwing it into the lava is nice on volcanoes, but... Okay, so we need the coal liquefaction, and that means this one, we have done this, we now have this. Is it working? Yes. Power doesn't seem great here. Okay, why is power so awful? What went wrong? What went wrong for this, actually? I have no idea. Oh, I'm not getting enough? Oh. Well, right now I'm not getting enough, at least. I'm pretty sure I have enough power. It's just, yeah. And this one is low power, so... Is this being powered by that one? Yes, it is. How much is this producing? 20? I'm kind of hoping that it would sort of be able to start up, but it doesn't seem like it. If I kill that one, I should be able to... Once the light comes back online. So we need to wait until morning to get this one back online. But it's still not actually generating enough. How much? That's it, 200 per 200, 200. Okay, so it's actually because I actually need 600 running here, and this one is not even close to 600. So it's simply a matter of it being like I just didn't take it seriously enough with how many I needed. I was just like, yeah, I just need a few, whatever. But I didn't just need a few. I needed a lot, a lot, a lot. How am I going to do this? These are so difficult to build. That should be all of them, yeah. Then I really shouldn't have this one because that will limit everything here. Good. And then these go in. Just get all of this in here. And yeah, that one. Good. That should definitely be enough. Right, so all of this, I have no idea how much it actually produces, but certainly should be enough. I will build, oops. There. And you can now go all the way up as well. This is done. This is full of nice juicy steam. Steam storage, shut up. Yeah. See, can it now support the whole thing? Yep. And let's start recharging that part. Good. Alright. Bottom right, 3 have no pipes. Okay. Yes. Thank you. There. Okay, so that is now hooked up. That's putting into a lot of push, push, push. That's this night. Wanted to at least stop and say hi. Yeah, we'll have to watch this tonight. Okay, cool. Well, thank you for dropping by, Linear J. Much appreciated. And let's see, what would be the next thing that we would want to do? Like double this, I guess. It does feel like this needs to be doubled. No, not really. It just kind of, there was a little spike to fill this up. But if we're using this, okay, so the reason why it failed was because I just didn't have enough pumping capacity. So this started sort of draining and then it got into a bad state. So Nothing too severe. It was yeah, it was a silly mistake. We do those sometimes. Oh, it's so joyous to take these out. So, let's move up. Best about the news actually uses efficiency modules. First time ever, so let's make that clear. You played the game for 10 years and never ever. Well, that's not true, but I didn't think they were worth the build costs. But when you have a functioning base that can deliver it and then can build it, then putting it into the second planet just makes sense to me. I mean, I'm also just not making landmines or shotguns and stuff like that, which other people say are really good, but it doesn't really matter. But I just don't. It's just this is one of those things where, like, yeah, they might be good, but never really got around to it. To liquid or novice, it feels so good. Unit pipes are better. Moving to liquid or novice, it feels so good. Storage tanks on the sulfuric acid could help delay the dust barrel further and energy consumption spikes again. Yes, that would be true, and I would just have to have a noisemaker hooked up so that it would actually let me know that there's a problem. Where are you at? You are at still volcanoes, really? Okay, why are these not actually hooked up? Then it's kind of silly. Okay. That's already there, that's already there. This one is getting there. Available on planet 13, that's not much. And this one is getting in, there's 350 on the way, plus the 13 on the way. Okay, so they kind of made a combined load here. Why is this so bad? Is it just... It's just slow and someone is really keen on actually using them, so I think that's probably the issue. Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing? This is... Oh no. Oh no. This isn't blueprint storage. So this one can be deleted. This one can probably be deleted. I have no idea. And this one still exists because it's in blueprint storage. Is it the right one? I have no idea. But at least we have the ship still, so. Okay. I think you'd like bite clear with the shotgun. I remember doing it like, I don't know, 6-7 years ago. But the reason why I stopped doing it was that the shotgun is kind of a dead end. You sort of put it into shotgun shells and then like, yeah, but now I can't use the shotgun shells. But all the ammo is used for perimeter defense, so you can just go like, yeah, whatever. Just put it into the system and it'll always be produced, always be used. So, yeah. Anyway, the next thing we want to do is the last thing we do here. And that is actually the rocket fuel and plastic. So let's try and put this in and figure out where it wants to be and what it wants to do. What does it need to get in here? It needs to get coal inbound, 2 lines of coal inbound, and some sulfuric acid. That's the only inbound that it needs, as far as I can tell here from that one. I will also definitely be doing it like this. So this would be a great place to put it. Oof, it just managed to sneak on by. Oh, no, it didn't. There's definitely something here going on. Love it. Try again and see what we're missing. Yeah, okay, so it's a little bit in the corner. Oh, I don't have any belts. No, I don't have belts. No. And yeah, we only have like the good belts now. Okay. Hmm. I think I should just get it one higher up. Doesn't change anything except... Oops. Except actually using more. Okay. Gonna take a little bit of this out. It's silly. Not ready to change over to the other one just yet. Put him in a box instead. Yes. There, that comes in now. Missing a few. Weird. And then we can take... Right. So now this needs to go in with sulfuric acid, which we can get from here. Like that. And then... Oh, it goes back to mining productivity. Because the other ones... That one. This one's already done, so... Yeah. No bluebirds? Nope. Yep. Always skipping... Always. I'm definitely skipping bluebirds. Bluebirds are pretty junk. And that's, like, moderately close. So, I think that's a good enough place to build it. This is very, very open. Do I kind of don't want these anymore. I just kind of want to do it in a different way. Ugh. Not brilliant, but it should be We'll get rid of it. And this is like really not a dense location, so let's do a very scattered build like this. Something like this. Still want to retain the reds for a little while, so I think I'm gonna have to do this one. Good. Going blue when you get green immediately. Yes. See a way to forego blue belts on Glabber with how I build Glabber personally. What? I don't see a way to forego blue belts on Glabber. Is that because you do Glabber before Volcanus? Then yes. Other than that, I don't see a reason why you would want to get the blue on Glabber either. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lovely. And they also kind of need some power poles somewhere. All good. And then we need a 5 to 4 balancer. Or 5 to 2 balancer, actually. Where is it? It needs to go. It needs to go in here. One mod to help with these storage moving issues is packaging tape. Yeah, I mean, there's always like a mod for something, and it's just not how we do things around here. And let's see, so that would be a 5 to 2 bouncer. Ironically, that it actually comes in as green, and that's easier to make than the red ones. Oh, where's my oh, that's somewhere. That's somewhere on Novice, the upgrade planner. Blue, red. Ta-da! It's now connected. And except that it's... I was also supposed to get some storage here. There. There. So that's some storage in this location. That should still keep this flowing. Great. Let's see what happens. That goes in. Most of it gets consumed. And some of it flows past. That goes up to mix plastic. Why? Oh, we need some seed, don't they? We need something to be seeded here. Yes. How was that? Let me just see. Coal and calcite, and then it gets some heavy oil. That's one. Calcite's coming in. That's the second. And then the coal coming in. Why is this one so slow? Oh, there it is. Don't have a landing block. Yeah, but I'm... It's a one-time thing. There. And then you go back to 0. And once it gets started, it should be working. There we go. We just needed to seed it with a little bit. And then we don't need it anymore. Okay. So that means now we're self-sufficient on rocket fuel and plastic. For whatever we need it for. Great. It's not a lot of plastic, but it's something. How much plastic is it? It is 3.77. It's 3.5, so that's 7, 14, 28. So it's about, when this one's fully operational, it's about a full red belt, which is nice. And this one, I don't know how much it is. Probably not a lot. 0.15, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is about 1, 2, 3. So 3 per minute of that. That's pretty good. Again, to my point about not quite self-sufficient from rocket fuel. What do you mean by that? For your rocket fuel and plastic build, it stalls out if you are not using plastic, which is fine if you're delivering rocket fuel, but causes issues if you're not. Mm-hmm. If you're delivering rocket fuel. Yeah, I'm delivering rocket fuel, but I also am, like the rocket fuel here, this request in here should be based, or is based on what is in the logistics network. So as soon as I have more than 200 here, then I won't be requesting the stuff coming in and it'll stay on the spaceship. If I, for some reason, stall out on plastic, because I'm not using plastic, which is very likely until I start making red circuits here, then I may stall out on this. But in that case, I still have my backup. So the Volcanus Express is actually functioning as a backup. So I'm actually okay with this. Power might be in trouble. Oh yeah, power might be... could... I don't think so. It is so much power, this one. But it would be nice to sort of build multiple of these next to each other so that it doesn't... It feels safer. Like all of this area, this is a great build area. This is also a great build area. Ooh, nice. I just changed one of the solid fuels to petroleum. Are we on cliff explosives? Cliff explosives? 26, not a lot. I would also imagine it's because of this one. This one has nothing in here, but why? Rocket capacity 20. It's now getting the 20 inbound here. Let's have a look at Volcanus to see how much we got. We got something delivered. Not all of it, but something. Which means that on Volcanus, or here, we can start sort of clearing out this so we can spread out our solar panels where we want instead of sort of being constrained by. But so, for example, this glorious thing can be now removed. Which was in the middle of my base. This is the one that constrained us the most in the beginning. This one was sort of setting a limit to where I needed to place my bus, because that one would prevent me from moving further. And then we sort of also get, like, this whole thing could be solar panels if we want to. So let's clear at least this block out here. So we get that, and maybe, okay, I don't know. Don't need to do more. Sweet. How many we're missing here? 96, great. So this is just gonna have to chug along, and it's gonna take forever to get there. Why is this one not getting there? It's missing explosives. Why am I missing explosives? Because we're missing that one. Why am I missing that? Because we're... Okay, so coal's not coming in. Where is the coal supposed to come in? That's supposed to come in here. What? That makes no sense. Where's the coal coming into this build? Oh, it's coming in from here. Ah, that one. Oh, yeah, that's kind of pathetic. That could also just be fed with a belt instead. Yeah, I hate these when it just says 50. That's way too low. Just get it up there. I don't see the new animation on the planets behind my ships. Should I have new beginning? No. If you don't have that, like this part, then you're not playing 2.1 experimental mode. So you need to go out into game, check the about, and see that it says 2.1 experimental. Did you take a break? No, I did not take a break. And I was kind of thinking I should need a break right now. So let's jump on into a break. And that will be 11 there. Good. Nice little base here. Here we got... It's a nice base you got there. Would be a shame if something happened to it, would it? Okay. Be back in 2 minutes. All right, welcome back. Thank you for joining. All right, so let's see. So the comment about could probably fit the cliff explosive in the plastic rocket fuel build. Yes, I could maybe, but I don't want to because there's a sequence to it. The sequence is this is the first one we built, this is the second one, this is the third one, and this is the fourth one. So once we've done that, that's it. This one isn't even necessary to get us going, because none of this is actually critical. You could also say that maybe low density structure would be nice to have, because that takes plastic. And do we have a low density structure build that is good? Because then we can, well, we can at least get 2 of the 3 items we need. We're definitely not making blue circuits here because that would require something else, but we could make a low density structures. LDS upgradable. It just needs lava inbound and plastic in from this side, which is unfortunately not great because then this is not the best place to have it, and that should actually have been over here, but there were some things in the way. Like, I really want this to be like compact, and it just doesn't work very well compacted. Like, this kind of supposed to be over here, but if I put it over here, then that one wouldn't work. If I put it here, there were some cliffs in the way, so that didn't work. From the video to the left of it is supposed to be cold liquefaction. Yeah. There's a dedicated plastic block, a dedicated rocket fuel block, dedicated. But these are also like out of our league. So I don't know if we want to make an LDS build here. Like, what are the things that we're missing on this planet? Nothing really. Like, this isn't even necessary at this point. Because we don't really need a lot of rocket fuel. The only thing we need rocket fuel for is launching rockets. The only thing we need launching rockets for is the very few things that we need to get here. Like, what are those things we need? It's this thing here. Like, that's nothing. So, do we really need to make the rocket fuel build just to do this? Or should we just let that come from Novice? I think we should just let it come from Novice. I think. And therefore, it's actually more valuable to say, don't build this one. Because you don't need plastic. Plastic has no value. And rocket fuel is little value because we can get it anyway. So I don't think this actually needs to be here. Because I kind of feel if I do rocket fuel, that's because I want to support launching more rockets. Oh, right. I do need to launch more there, this one. Because we do need to launch a hell of a lot of these belts. Right. So that means we do want to make 2 things here. We need to make this one, and then we need to make low density structures, and we need to make a dedicated rocket launcher, because we can't obviously have like one rocket launcher be supplying all of this for when we need to start making Fulgora. Fulgora needs a shit ton of green belts, and they just need to be there. And that means that we have to have a ship that goes there, goes here, picks it up, and goes to Fulgora, and it should just be launching 10, 12, 16 rockets at a time. Right. You're going from Volcano directly to Fulgora, or will you turn? There's nothing to return to Novice for, so it will. Nothing on Novice needs an upgrade. It was the blueprint actually had 4 rocket launchers to go with. Yes, it did. But it also just kind of didn't make sense because I couldn't get it started because I needed this. So I balanced it. But I also still need, at some point, to just have dedicated rocket launchers. So I think that what I want to do is I want to place this one. I want to play the low density structure so that in order for us to launch rocket consistently, we only need to bring in blue circuits. I think that's a good idea. Yes, after that's exactly correct. It's novice up to and including uranium, so we can get these backpacks here. Then it's Volcanus to get the things that we like, to get these 4 things that are unique. And once we just have this, we don't really need to do more. But that's what I'm kind of debating right now, if it's like the absolute minimum, or we also want to make some better rocket launching. I think we could just make some better rocket launching as well. Then go to Fulgora to get the stuff we need there. Like, what is the stuff we need there? Especially the electromagnetic plants and better modules, I guess, right? How do I upgrade my spaces to 2.1? In Steam, you change the version to experimental, yes. And it's one of those things where take that line and just put it into Google, and there will be an AI response that will actually be accurate. And I think that's kind of the easier thing. Cold City is also nice, yes. And mech armor. The mech armor is the super nice thing, yes. So, I have debated back and forth, and I think we're going to be building this one here. So, let's have a look at the build we have, existing build we have for LDS. And just take a look at it and just realize that it doesn't work, but it could kind of be downscaled. So we're going to put this down, and then we're going to be downscaling it. Okay, by the way, who did this? You. Basically, in this series, we are just going to be building... Oops. We're going to be building things, and then in my YouTube series, I'm going to clean up the designs so that, for example, I don't sort of stamp it down with these perimeter things. I don't want to be fixing blueprints in during the live streams. I think. Maybe I do. I don't know. So let's have a look at this one. These are speed 3. So what are we missing? We're missing some productivity, which is just coming in on the next batch from Navis. Yes, and then we need to downscale. Oh! No. Even though we have it on this planet, we're not going to build it. But this might mess up the ratio. I really should be adding... since we have one mod already, what's the mod called? It's called Anti-Gloom. So since we are already playing a modded series, then why not just also add the next mod? So let me just add the rate calculator. Incompatible. Then just update it. Why is it not updated? Update selected. And then here. Does it work? Find the only mod you need. Yeah, well, the calculator mod is also nice because then I can I don't have to swap out of the game to do calculations or use my my old noggin, which is strained as it is. Looks fine. What? Where's the calculator UI? Wasn't it called that? Huh. Oh, maybe that's because it's not updated. Yeah, this one. It's not updated. No! I can't live without even distribution. I am not going to use even distribution because it actually changes gameplay. Because with even distribution, there's turrets creep is so much easier. Ah, the joy, the joy. No, what? Give them some time. Oh, I know who. I know the mod maker. It's Vichu from the community who made it just for me. But I mean, since they've not been active for a long time, then it's understandable. Let's see. What is this actually? So if we look at this one here. Oh, right. Over here, we're still missing some. So there's a positive, and we're producing 6 of this. This looks like really, really good ratio still. So downgrading this is not really a big deal. Okay, so the only thing we need now is getting the plastic in on this belt here. Is it time? This is such a mess. I hate that no one has cleaned this up for me yet. Yeah. That one. No. Get that out of the way. So why is this not working now? What now? What? Heavy. How is the heavy? What am I not getting here? Oh, water is not working. Calcite is not working. This is all the way down here. Should I make a buffer chest? Good at cleaning stuff up. Unfortunately, he's streaming right now. Yeah, I know, it sucks. We'll ask him after he stops streaming. Okay, so this is actually a water issue. How fast is it being consumed? This is being consumed at 4.4. Okay, so that's actually kind of a lot. Which means that's probably strenuous to get this in, keep this here. And since it's far away, we also need a lot of them in flight all the time. I know, it's silly, but I do this. Old habits die hard. Oh.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
And Matthew Trust, thank you for the 52 months. And where do we want it? Like just a stack like this? Yes, and a stack like that. So, why is it not working? What are we missing here? Lava inbound, that's kind of reasonable. Poof. The question is then, do we have enough lava coming in? I don't think so. I think we need more lavalicious here. Okay, so that kind of that just sucks. There. Okay, doesn't change anything. I was about to say, there's definitely enough now, but there isn't. This is the pumping speed, this is pumping speed, this is pumping speed. They are all pumping very quickly. Okay, so it just took a while for saturating all the machines, and then it starts saturating here. Good, good, good. This is full, this is very empty. Why is it so empty? The stupid calcite is just never getting here. It's because this calcite is so far away. So I think either we need some buffer chests. Oh, these ones need speed modules. Do they though? They don't actually need speed modules. If I'm looking at this, there is no deficit, so this don't need speed modules. Yeah. Is it working? Yes, definitely. Sweet. Have liquid iron on the bus versus lava. It's very simple. It's not because it's two belts rather than one. It's because the things on the bus is things that I should assume that I always have enough of. Very simple, right? So I can hook up lava and then I'll just be, it's a full pipe, whatever. I can hook up sulfuric acid, giant sulfuric acid, and I can just, it's full. But if I make two pipes here with liquid copper and liquid iron, or molten, then every time I draw something out, I have to go back to the central location where I built it, and then go like calculating, okay, I'm going to use it for some gears and some iron, and then I can use it for this, that total about 2,500. I only have 1,800, so I need to scale. So by decoupling it, it becomes a lot less transparent about what it is. And I really like my builds modular, so that I can plop this one down and go like, just hook it up to lava, because lava is free and infinite and easy. While if I just made this and sort of hooked it up and go like, yeah, because we have infinite iron and copper, then as soon as I plop this one down, I'd have to go over to the iron and copper build and redo those, because of course I wouldn't have infinite and I wouldn't even have enough. So that's the reason why I don't have molten iron and copper on the bus, is because I'd have to keep coming back and updating it. This way I know that what I have here is gonna keep this build flowing, and then it just needs lava inbound. This here, what I have here, is gonna keep this flowing, so I just need to hook lava up. Plastic is struggling. Is it a calcite issue? Yes, it's a calcite issue. Should we do something illegal? I'm thinking of maybe using a buffer chest, but I'm not going to do that, because that's just too absurd. That's just silly. That would just be sort of for the sake of it. Get a belt close by. Yes, exactly. We're just going to belt it up here. Such a joy blowing this up. I don't know, I don't have enough to just be this casual about blowing everything up, but yeah, I got carried away. That's a nice crater. It's now gone. Hey, speed technology. And then we're back to weird sciences. Is there anything else we want here? Oh, more free LDS. Yeah, sure. Let's do that. That one. Anything else military that we want? Or yellow science? Not really. We can just keep doing that one. And then we go down to this one. But there should be something else that we could also do. We could also do like steel. It's probably also valuable. And then after the reprocessing, then we do LDS. Productivity. I don't know what I did. Oops. Yeah, I pasted the spaceship here, and it actually did something. I don't know what it did, but it did something. Oops. Whoa, these disappeared quickly. How do I don't want these upgraded. No. No! I don't know what I'm doing. There. Good. Why is this 3 in between, like, instead of 4? Like, I wanted the whole point of this was that it would be 4 tiles in between, and then I screw myself with this. Yeah. Okay, so rate calculator again. How much is this? 26. This is not great. Like, this is pretty miserable, actually. I don't like it. I'm gonna take this. And I know it's the power I'm messing with, so that's always fun. Yeah. Three to 2. Like that. It's the most silly thing, but I can't help it. Where do we want it? There we go. That is much easier to get things in here. Does the automatic science selector work if you run out of science pack mid-research? Does it switch? Yes, it switches while... yeah, it switches. It actually should be close to switching now. So this is actually decreasing. I don't know if it will drop below 50, but it probably won't. But yeah. Ray guns don't do oblique targeting. I don't know what oblique targeting is. Hello, Dick Dug. I almost never got to see you live due to my work. Unfortunately for me, I got laid off. So I get to watch you today. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope that you'll find something else soon. Oh, diagonal targeting. Oh, okay. I'm aware of most of the changes, but I haven't played it yet. Yeah, there aren't really that many changes. Like, this is one of the big changes, and it's a very trivial one. And then there are some graphics changes that I haven't noticed. So, like, for example, I don't notice that there's a new animation for the assemblers, and people were freaking out in my YouTube comments and go like, "Oh, you're degrading the work that they've been putting in." Like, yeah, but I can't see it. I can't fucking see anything. Like, I can see the icons and it's fine by me, but you need to play the game like this to go like, "Ooh, that's cute," but that's not how we play the game like this. And then I can't see that they put a new animation, and I'm sure it's nice, but it doesn't do anything for me because I don't get to see it. So yeah, so I don't think that. Also the rocks are different. Like, huge hot volcanic rock. I mean, what am I supposed to do? I don't care. I just don't care about it. Like, this is my interaction with rocks. And so, like, I know that someone's put a lot of effort into it, but that doesn't just, effort does not mean value. Like, someone's put a lot of effort into it. Good for them. And it's fine. And it was the priority of what they wanted to do. But that doesn't, the amount of work put into it doesn't mean that I have to like it more because of that. Okay, so this is actually, it's getting better now. It's not going to be glorious because I really won't be able to get enough plastic. How much plastic is this consuming? 17. Okay, so there is a... and how much is this producing? That was 28, I think. No, 30. Okay, so if this was a full belt outbound, full red belt outbound, then it will almost saturate 2 of these, and it'll also pretty much get this one done. And then the only thing we have remaining is actually a rocket launching location. Yeah. Cute is not an adjective that applies to this game. I guess. Yeah, you're right. Yes, I know the platform-to-platform trading and universal signals are huge. Yes. Yeah, those are... That's true. Feels underwhelming to the way I play. Exactly. I agree with this, and it's taboo to say it, but I'm gonna say it anyway, and I'm gonna be the villain of the community by saying this stuff, and then the people who vehemently disagree with me will be the ones that are the loudest in the YouTube comments, and that's just the way it is. So now we're gonna do a rocket launching facility here, so that we can launch, particularly this very fast. See, that's not great. Why is this one so slow? Oh, yeah, okay. So lubricant is something that we really would like to get better. Can we do something about the lubricant? This is consuming 19, this is producing 18.8. That's a good ratio. What if I do that? Then it consumes a little bit less, it produces pretty much the same. So, it doesn't really make a difference. The only difference I could make would be switching it over to speed modules. How much would that be better here? That would produce 28 instead, and this one would consume 28 and output 28. So I can get it up to 28 per minute, and let me just see how much we're actually consuming. Like, we're obviously consuming something here as well. How much is that? That's 2 for each. That's still something. And also consuming something here, but this will be idle at some point. And this one is consuming 160 to run smoothly. This one's consuming 160 to run smoothly. So yeah, lubricant is not really keeping up. And I don't think I can do anything about like lubricant keeping up. Yeah. Because it's also needed here. Ugh, yeah, that sucks. The work of developers at Group, yes. Don't you ever snack while gaming? No, I don't. Because that is about the worst experience that you can have as a streamer. I feel it's incredibly disrespectful. I understand that some people are... Ooh, nice. That some people who are streaming 8 hours a day, they kind of need to snack during the stream. But then I would say just take a 15-minute break. But people are so afraid of losing viewers that they don't take breaks. And sometimes... if I'm sort of working a day and maybe I'm playing a game just for myself, or maybe I'm just whatever, like working on something and I have a live stream running in the background or like a VOD, and then I realize that there's been maybe like a 6-hour stream and there hasn't been a single break. I was like, oh man, that's just not good. Like, you're burning yourself out that way. Just sitting there grinding. Yeah. So, and just sitting there and sitting there eating a big burger while right here with the microphone. I was like, nope, I don't want to do that. It's not just for the people who suffer from that phobia of munching sounds, but it's also just not very nice. So no, I don't snack during my streams. No, that's not what breaks are for. Breaks are for catching up on my dates for the following week. So that's what those are for. Munching sounds sometimes be fucking insane. I know. I feel... yeah, misophonia. Yes, that's the one. Mukbang ASMR gaming stream. Ooh, yes. Let's add some relationship advice on top of it. I'm gonna put some... I feel I have a build for this. Bum. I guess it's kind of just this build. But instead of with belts, it's just... yeah. It's really difficult to see where the limitation is without. 4,800. Oh, we also have a lot of concrete. Should I just concrete things? It just kind of bothered me that I didn't have this. I don't like it this close, so I think I'm gonna be skimping it down to... like this. That is... makes no sense. Oh, this is 2 from the edge. Okay, so this needs to go 1 closer to the edge. Like that. Like this, right? That's a good launch facility. And then we just need to figure out how to do power in this area. That's not even necessary. Although it would be nice if these two connected. But this is the nicer distance between all of it. Like, I can smash in 20, but I don't need 20. 15 is such a nice number. Exactly. I'm addicted to red meat while gaming. Yeah, well, how would that work as a streamer? Like, I'm just gonna have my steak here. And then and a nice cold beer. Yeah, I do have my partner, Twitch partner water bottle next to me. Which felt more alien to you? Don't know. I don't think any of them felt alien. I mean, Aquilo maybe? Like, I think it's also like a weird question. Like, felt alien, that implies I have emotions about planets, and I don't really. It's just the kind of... yeah, it just kind of, that's not how it works. Like, oh my god, ooh, I'm enthralled. Hello, kitty. It's not your time yet. It's not your... I know you want to, but nope. You can be a little hype kitty, so if there's a hype train, you can come up here. Yeah, but that's not my choice. We can get an ASMR track of Neo snacking so we can play it in the background when we want to. Yeah, maybe you can. Which building animation is your favorite? I don't have a favorite building animation. I am not seeing the animations. Like, I play this more like a game of chess, and it's like asking... it would be easy to say Magnus Carlsen, but that would sort of equate me to the Magnus Carlsen of Factorio, and I'm not. So more like asking a professional player with like, which piece is your favorite? I'm like, they serve different purposes at different times and stages in the game. Like, which one looks the best? Like, it's just pieces that have functions. And like, do you have an emotional attachment to... I don't know. I'm pretty sure... Don't think Speedy understands about hype trains? No, he doesn't. Which is better for minor speed or productivity modules? For minus speed or productivity modules? Minus or speed. Never ever use productivity modules on minors. And never ever and ever. Don't do that. It's wrong. It's bad. So now this is actually a really nice base, I think. We got 2 of the 3 items to launch rockets. We got the things to actually be able to launch rockets. We don't have enough of them, but it'll get there. Oops, there was something that didn't look right. And there we go. There's something. Yeah, this belt is empty. I don't know why it's empty. Oh, it is empty. It's just working. It's just working slowly. That's the thing. So. And we got some of these. They are finally accruing. Good. So I think we need to... Yeah. Yeah, Miracle fuck your favorite Excel formula. Like, Mary VLOOKUP, yes. Because someone will still have an opinion about it. Yeah, I don't think that's kind of how I work. All right, well, this is our nice little base. This one will continue to chug along and eventually get all those magical 15. So that'll be nice. We can go back here and switch again. See if there's something here that we still want. Anything? We can maybe take one of these. And anything here that takes... We can... Maybe that one's good. Okay, now it switched immediately to low density structures. That's interesting why this is not working. These are just dreadfully slow. That is easily fixed with... Put some modules in here. Not really making much of a difference. They won't be running all the time anyway, but they're really, really slow now. So. Okay, so I think we... Yeah, Railbox is empty. I know. And they will always be, because I only have, like, one place down here that's making rails, and... I mean, it's working. Oops. And it's working at full speed, so... Speed modules, would that make a difference? See if it keeps up once it gets the speed modules in. Boop, 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 boop. Disabled by control behavior. Oh, look at that. What? Why is this empty? Oh, because it's only set to 100. Obviously need 500. And this one is constrained so that it only ejects when there's at least 500 in inventory, which is fine. But it just didn't work when I'm only bringing in 100. I need to bring in 500 here. There you go. Is Fulgora unlocked? No, Fulgora is not unlocked. Fulgora should be unlocked. Great, thank you. That will be when this one is greater than 50. Move it to the top. And then it's Plant Discovery Fulgora. Nice. Thank you, chat. Games should make you immersed in fantasy, at least to some degree, I think. Okay. I don't know what fantasy is immersed when you're playing chess, but I don't. And it's also like a really big difference, because this is 10,000 hours deep in this game. I'm not gonna have this emotional attachment to a particular building or anything like that. It's a little bit more transactional. The sense of wonder has definitely dissipated at this point. Don't you present it, your general command troops with forward, peasants, rah! You can only move one. No, I command all of them to move forward. Yes, that's exactly how it works. No, so I understand it. If you played less than 100 hours, then it's like, oh, the sense of wonder and the magnificence of just seeing a worm and figuring out how to kill them and all that stuff. But at some point, you've done it so many times that, all right, well, I just do it at this point. Play the latest Caretaker over the weekend. Looks interesting. The last Caretaker. Yeah, I had a look at it at some point. I can't remember why I didn't. It looked like an okay game, but the thing is, like, Should I stop playing Factorio to play that? I don't think so. So that's always the trade-off. Cool. Let's start exploring what we have in terms of Fulgora, because the Fulgora freighter is here. I think we can actually... should we use the same one? And then we have the landing block, the hub block, and then we upgrade it, and then we upgrade it. And then we need to get recycling got done. Yeah. So the Fulgora freighter. Do we want a different freighter? I think so. Because this one will now be... Yes. The Volcanus Express will be retired and be working as the one that takes stuff from Nauvus or from other places to Volcanus and from Volcanus to the other places. And then I'll have a separate one that goes... That is my ship that I'm flying with to Fulgora. And then that will be then doing the same role for Fulgora, which will then go to Nauvus and to Volcanus and then go back. Yes. With the necessary items to appropriate to develop the Forest ship and starting base. What? Yeah, but that's also what I think I have done here. We'll have a look at it and then we'll learn from it. And the Factorio Musculature. 63 months. Thank you so much. Have you looked at AC Black Flag Resync yet? No, I haven't. I just saw... it's not a new one. It's just a remake of the old very popular Assassin's Creed. So this one will be over Nauvus, and it'll be there. Nope. I also saw that it had like horrendous views. That will be Fulgora Express. There. But directly west from the landing site, there's an island which is better to work on than one to the north. Okay, I mean, that's kind of what I'm gonna have to do. So, it is new. Worth streaming? Yes, but the thing is, there's this game called Factorio, and there's a release 2.1, and it's quite popular, and this is probably... Oh, I have to be careful not to jump down a rant, but I'll just say this. I'm probably going to make the last of my money on streaming on version 2.1 of Factorio and the next Dyson Sphere. After that, I don't actually expect to make more money from streaming. So I kind of want to sort of, you know, get it, leverage that a little bit. So yeah. And then we already have the next game I already know. That's going to be Mortal Shell 2, which looks so good. And then it's Valheim. So like, even though there is a game that I want to play, it just has to compete against Factorio. It has to compete against Valheim. It has to compete in Mortal Shell. It's a tough thing. Why you have no more money streams? Battle Gareth. Thank you. I mean, I think that I can also just... I'm going to use you since you were the one triggering this little mini rant here. Like, you had a spaceship named after you in the Mega Base series because... Or it wasn't in the Let's Play series. Because you won a giant hype train, which is super amazing. Like... There are hype trains for Factorio. There have not been any hype trains. Like, in the 7 streams of Factorio, this is the 7 streams of Factorio, I've had more level 5 hype trains than I have for the rest of the year. As in 7. And maybe not, but pretty damn close. And that just kind of shows that, like, that's how it works on streaming. Like, I can stream a whole evening, and then, like, for example, today, there's like a handful of subs, and that's a normal stream of not Factorio. And there's only Factorio that generates, and also Dyson Sphere that generates the, I wouldn't say consistent, but regular level 5 hype trains. So when that's not the case, then if I start playing Mortal Shell, I'll have 85 viewers. And I'll be happy and I'll have fun, but I'm not gonna pay the bills for it. It'll be like 3 subs for a stream, and that basically means that I work for 4 hours and make $6. So it's just not sustainable as a job, streaming something that isn't the big games. And me making Mortal Shell YouTube content, it's not gonna work either. And it's just the way it is, right? So, and Dyson Sphere will also be satisfactory a little bit, a tiny bit. We got to level 3 hype trains consistently, but that was about it, just so that we could fly. But that's kind of it. So that's just how it works for the content creation. We get forced into niche. It's becoming very hard for them to break out, and it's more on Twitch the streamer. No, it's not a. I'm not blaming anyone else except it's me. It's like how do I say this? Like you can do the depth or the breadth, and if you sort of do a variety streamer, then you have to. Then there are only 2 ways to make it in as a variety streamer, which is crazy. You have to be there 10 years ago. All the big variety streamers, they were there 10 years ago. Like Day9 and Co-Carnage, and they were there 10 years ago, and they built up an audience, and now they leverage that audience. Cool. Not saying that they're not entertaining, but Day9 has the amazing stories, but Co-Carnage is like, there's nothing particular. Like I would dare say if he was starting fresh from nothing with no brand, he would not make it. There's just nothing unique about the streams. It's just middling gameplay, which is fine. That would also be what I could offer when I'm playing Elden Ring. It's just middle of the pack gameplay. So the people who hang out there are not coming in to watch the best gameplay of Elden Ring. They're coming in because they know me and like hanging out, and we have a good stream and we can talk about stuff and want to see this game, and they want to see it with someone they know and they like the atmosphere. Which is fine, but it will be a subset of my. That's like the diversification. And the other one is like being super extra mega charming, like Ludwig levels of charm. That's not easy. And then the other one is going deep and being a specialty. Like, I am the best speedrunner. Like, then you can sort of make it if you're sort of, you're a top speedrunner. So people will sort of look at the best speedrunners, and you don't have to necessarily be particularly interesting because it's a gameplay that carries it. And that's like the other thing. Or like in my case, like I have a unique set of skills, and those are the reasons why people come here generally. Yeah. And so this means that when I build my audience and my success on being very good at this game or very good at this type of game, first Factorio, then the genre, then that's what people come here for. And some people will actually like me as well and want to hang out, and that's great. But most people are here for the Factorio content. It's totally fine. Or the other factory content, or sort of, there's a new factory game. Let's see what Nilos has to say about it, because I'm a little bit of an institution in this genre. And that means when I start playing Mortal Shell, then people go like, well, why am I watching you play Mortal Shell? Like, I'd much rather watch Gino Machino or Little Aggie or Blanks or some speedrunner or challenge runner in Elden Ring who are definitely really, really good at this game, or Nuclear Pastor Tom, or like any of the speedrunners in that niche, because they are really good at that game. And that's nothing to do with Twitch. That's just how it works. And if me having to build up, like, how would I build up an audience in Elden Ring? Like, I'd have to be really, really good at the game because there are so many other people streaming it. Or I have to be the most fun person to talk to explain it, and I'm not either. So it's not a it's just how it is. Like if you're a Taylor Swift fan and Taylor Swift started making classical music, then the question would also be like, okay, but there would of course be a lot of people listening to it because it's Taylor Swift, and anything that sort of you can leverage that fan base, but it would not be as good as someone who is dedicated into classical music. So yeah, that's the thing, right? So you can sort of leverage it to take some percentage and lead into other games, but it will always be a smaller percentage, and it's just how it is. So now I did a quick Google and was disappointed that it wasn't a factory game. Yeah, maybe. Exactly. That's exactly the point, right? But Mortal Shell is a game that I've been Mortal Shell 2 is a game I've been looking forward to for years. It is, and I think that the trailer looks so ridiculously good. Like, that game looks better than FromSoft, and the lore looks as deep and as complicated and as weird as FromSoft. So I am all in about that game. It's like Jake Paul going boxing, something like that. So you can sort of take some of your audience and leverage into something else. I can also say that my Valheim videos, both on YouTube and also my Valheim streams, have been moderately successful because there's sort of some adjacency to factory games, base building games, factory games. Yeah, it's not the same, but there's some similarities. Yeah, these two just don't want to get in here. Oh, there are none on the planet. Well, that kind of sucks. Well, we have one of those. So it's not a systemic thing. It's just kind of how popularity works, and I am totally fine with it. But that's also coming back to the original sort of rant topic, was like, why isn't it going to be the last thing that I make money? Because Factorio is done, Dyson Sphere is done, Satisfactory is done. There's nothing on the horizon, and Captain Industry is like, yeah, there's a little bit left. So there's nothing more in the factory genre. It looks like the factory genre seems pretty dead, and dead or dying, and there's nothing new on the horizon. And stuff like Foundry and is just not going to be the same kind of popularity as Factorio. So that means like this is going to be the last two things that I do and make money off of. So yeah, that's the rant. Do your old videos altogether generate something useful? Because I rewatched some old stuff recently and I was wondering that. Not really. Like, I don't know, baseline. I think if I didn't release any videos, then I'd probably be making $500 a month from old videos. Let's do a GoFundMe. No, please. After that, it's only, yeah. So, no GoFundMe, please. And also, after that, it's OnlyFans. Yeah, but that's probably not going to make a lot of money. I would assume Patreon subsidizes the other stuff. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Like, Patreon is this. The reason why I love Patreon is because it's, like, obviously most people pledge on Patreon to get access to save games and blueprints. Fine. But there's also a big part of that someone like you, Isolde, who is pledging generously on Patreon to sort of go like, I appreciate what you do, and sort of allowing me to not chase the algorithm, allowing me to just go like, hey, I want to replay Bloodborne. Like, I would not be able to replay Bloodborne if I couldn't rely on patrons. Like, that's the core of it. So that's are you going to play Aquatic or Oxygen Not Included soon? No, I don't think I'm going to play on more Oxygen Not Included. I think the game has become too complicated. Like, there's too many things happening. I'm stopped on Patreon, but I'm mostly watching YouTube. Thank you, Chicken. That's exactly what I want. Substructure. I can't remember. It feels sort of familiar that we looked at it before. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna touch that. Like, it looks like Factorio 8 years ago. Like, why would I play Factorio 8 years ago? Like, there's nothing about this that looks anything like a Factorio 10 years ago or 8 years ago. Like I don't get games like this. I don't think they should exist. And I'm me being harsh. I don't. I have limited stream time. I'm not gonna take something that looks like a Factorio mod of something that's way old. So yeah. So I can't see. I don't think. I'm not gonna rule it out. Maybe we'll play it if we don't have anything else to do, and we'll have fun with it a stream or two. But it's definitely not gonna be a core game. Cool. We are sort of working on this one. This one's sort of chugging along, and I really, really want to get this one. Yay, we got one. Oh, we got 5 of those. Nice. Okay, so that should actually get us. Here. There. And then they now come in here. And then it takes 4. We'll just bounce them back again. Are you diversifying away from streaming, hence the investing in other stuff? Yeah, kind of. We're just going to take a break now, as this one gets in here. It's just that I want to do other things, and that's kind of where I am right now. I feel that moving forward, a year from now, I feel like I'd have to work a lot harder to make ends meet, and that's just not really where I'm. It's just I'm too comfortable to be working harder. There. And those can bounce back. So first trip, we're just going to activate it. I don't know if this is enough, but let's just get it in here. And that one should also get there. I don't think I want these two. That was kind of a weird thing about this. And I also think these should be more like 50. And it doesn't mean I'm going to stop streaming. Definitely not. I'm still going to continue to stream. I think we need less of the big power poles. Nah. Why are we not getting any quality modules there? That's odd that we wouldn't want to bring quality modules in. I think we do. Why big power poles? Because I actually need to bring out to further out, and I just kind of thinking, but yeah, let's try not bringing those and see. This is also too much. It doesn't need to be that much. I don't need this. This is just that it couldn't, when it couldn't mix, there was a good reason to not to just have a full box of this. But if they can mix, there's no reason to. Also these things here, like I don't need to have this many of each of these. Yeah, okay, so let's take a break for this one, and there. And we're gonna watch the ship, which will also be pinned. Pin. Get that one. Remove the always visible, and there. Alright, be back in 2 minutes. And then I know there are lots of questions that I didn't see, so I'm just gonna catch up on those after the break. Be back in 2 minutes. Okay, welcome back. Let's see if I missed what I missed here. Auto Forge, okay. Play Opus Magnum, don't know about it. Game is declining or not much new getting made since interest rates got toggled. I don't know if I would say that. I think it's just a giant market. It's just hard to find the stuff that's really good, and it's like, I also agree that there's always surprises like DSP and Shapes 2. We also know that Shapes 2 has sort of hinted about something called Project 3, so never know. So I'm there's of course also always surprises, but coming back to that, like the initial thought or sort of comment that I had, that's like, yeah, so I want to make sure that I go into Factorio and put some effort into it, because I do think that it'll be a one of the big last spikes. So I want to get that. So then I'm unfortunately too old for the fire lifestyle, right? I mean, I can still do fire, but it won't be. It'll be. No, it won't be fire. But I can live financially irresponsible, retire early. But I can't retire early. I'm too old for retiring early. So But yes, that's the plan. Retire relatively early. Yes. And financially irresponsible. That's the first, right? Okay, let's have a look at why Navus is not working. I think it's because we just built the ship, and therefore everything is just kind of awful. Yeah, it's kind of awful. But it could be slightly less awful. What's your age? 47. Anyone could do fire, but we have a podcast about young stock investment. That's too late for me. What? That the fire trend already washed away. Oh, it did. It kind of did, but it washed away with all the NFTs. I think a lot of it is we're sort of living on the whole you become rich off NFTs, and if that's not really a thing, then yeah. So what am I looking for here? Like, I'd love to be able to build a second one of these. But it doesn't work because I can't get the green in here. But could I get... If I could get the green... But then I'd have to get in from the other side. Or basically get like another set of... Funny, there's something going on here. If I could get a green in here. But I'd also need the red one. And then I'd have to sort of lead it down here. Or I could get the green and then sort of feed it in to the sides of these. But that doesn't really seem feasible. If I could swap these two around so that the red one would be on the inside, maybe it'd be easier to get the green ones to sort of smash in on the outside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it could be one further out. I don't know how I would do that. Just wait for EMPs? Yeah, you're right about that. But it's also just like, wait for EMPs is a little harsh because I'm just not getting anything, right? This is... It's the low density structure is dead because of steel not really working well. This one got the 2K. Okay, so this will stack up, not soonish, but kind of. And also our hub just started consuming a lot of things again, so it's stealing a lot of steel with replenishing all of that stuff that we put on the Fulgora Express here. So all this, we just put 50 roboports, and that means the 50 roboports have to be rebuilt, which means that, yeah, it's a lot of rework here. I'll be the most famous GTA 6 streamer when it comes out. In your twilight. In my twilight. Nice. If you add more roofs, you'll start eating away too much greens. Yeah, but the greens are idling. Can you pick up most of these things on Volcanus? Yeah, but on Volcanus we have the same problem because the blue circuits come from Nauvis, so I'm stuck anyway. Right, so it's not really helping to do that. Because yeah, it's the same ones, so. A space factory when I have a foundry? No, definitely not a space factory yet. We might do that when we have electromagnetic plants, but not before that. And I don't even know what I would want to build there. Because right now, what is it we're missing? We're missing blue circuits, and blue circuits are not things we can make in space easily anyway. So going back to Navis, it is the things that constraining us is, if we look up here, it's blue circuits and it is low density structures, right? So that's being shipped off. Why is this one not? Oh, it's on the way. They're just on the way yet. Okay. Yeah. So this one basically taking everything inbound first. There you go. And then we send the lamps up, and then I might sort of beg the question of, do I really need 100 lamps there? No, I don't. I could probably have made you with 50 instead. The space factory always sets up on Fogora for the quality. Thank you, Soldo. Thank you for joining. Hope to see you again. I'm streaming next time on Thursday. Thursday? Was that what I said? I think so. Yes. Yeah, these are still not really getting there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. And after that, we also have to go to Volcanus to get the remainder. We have none of these. Okay, so let's have a look. Do I need this much? Like, if we're being honest, am I not actually building these on there? So I don't need that. So there's 1, 2. This is 10 rockets. This we can also just build on site. So we just need a little bit to get going, but not so much. So this is 1, and this is 2. So this is 1, 2, 3, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 4. So it's 23, and then so it's 31 additional rockets that we need. That's something. Could bring a few foundries and a little bit of calcite when I was first steel boost. I could, but then it's the logical thing is not right now, and the reason is a little bit of calcite. No, it is a little bit of calcite, but then I have to also make sure that I bring calcite back and forth. That means I need to lift calcite from Volcanus up there. So that's some red circuits we need just to move it over there. Then we need to build a new design for replacing it, and it just seems really stupid to go in here and sort of, oh, let's do a little bit of boost here. Now, if we do it, then we tear down this and redo the whole thing with foundries, because it does. I don't want to do a temporary thing of just like, oh, let me build it down here as a little hack. No, we replace this when we replace it with foundries. Is it now? No, not now. Calcite from space on Navis pretty easily. Can you though? But again, like, how can you do that pretty easily? You build a spaceship that grabs it and recycles and processes and all that stuff. Yes, but this is the whole point, is that we can't launch spaceships. And now we're saying, like, let's spend another 100 rockets on building another spaceship just to save on what? Like, the math doesn't check out at this stage, as far as I can tell. Like, launching 100 rockets to build a new spaceship in order to farm some calcite, in order to make a little bit more steel. Like, yeah, but those 100 rockets I could have just be done with it. It's 31 rockets, then we're done with this. So that's why, right? For YouTube for ages, first time finding you on stream. Welcome, Turtle Fan. Good to see you, and thank you for dropping by. Why not just build the ship on Volcanus? Might have some damage, but not much. Because it's exactly the same on Volcanus. Maybe I have more steel, but I still need the blue circuits, and the blue circuits are the constraint, so the blue circuits would still have to be built on Nauvis, flown to Volcanus in order to send back up used to launch rockets. So I'm not winning anything. This is the only place I'm making blue circuits in my entire base. So everything is constrained by the amount of blue circuits I have. So me building it on Volcanus doesn't make a difference because this is still all the blue circuits I have. That's why I looked at, could I just update it? Because I still have green circuits available, and I still think that it's a good idea. That's what I'm going to do now while looking at it, while waiting for these to launch. Just figure out if I can do this in a different way. Let's say that we get another... We do like really basic stuff. I hate that they're so fast now. Too fast. That one will go over. Kind of wondering if I could reuse this. So I'd get the green in here. This would be green. And then that merges in. Like this. That would take half of it. Supplement the greens in there. Yes. And then the other one goes in. And then the green will have to go on the inside, which actually looks like it could work by doing this. Then the greens will flow in here and go on the inside. Also, if I get in, the ones on the left will go in here. Yes. And the ones on the right will now... I don't really need this one, actually. Ones on the right hand side will be over here. They will still be going... Okay, so this one could actually be built here. This seems weird if it works. Could I also just kill these? Yes, definitely could. Goes to here. Connects up here, connects backwards. So these two are connected. Uh-huh. No, that doesn't work. There. Let's try it. Did you bring materials to build the first recycler and some lightning collectors? Ooh, that's a great point. Thank you. Definitely want that too. I don't know if that's too aggressive to try to push all of it out here. Probably is. Yeah, because then there will be nothing left. So just send something in here. Let's see if it works. With this spaghetti thing here. This is not connected though. But it wouldn't be able to be connected now. Yeah, one of them doesn't work very well because this is an uneven belt already from the beginning. But hey, whatever. Everything that comes in is going to be used, so... Couldn't it also just be like this? Oh no. Because it has to get this belt in. That's the whole point, is that some of it might pass by. Doesn't care. I don't even care if this... No, I do care. Oh, no, because it has to... The red belts have to pass by. Oh, yes. So that one's not relevant. Okay. Well, I thought that was a nice, clever little hack we got there. Any green belts on ours? Nope. And I don't think that belongs here. Alright, so that... I mean, this is just gonna put all sorts of other problems in play, but that's beside the point. We'll definitely be making more blue circuits. Great, so we can launch more stuff. Fulgora Express, how's that one looking? We should also be looking at that one. Steel. All these things are things we get from recyclers anyway. And we can recycle in hand recycle. So we hand recycle and build and handcraft the first recyclers, because we do get this one immediately. Isn't there like a 1-to-1 balancer hack? Yes, there is. Well, it's not a hack. It's just a build. Yeah, so I don't need to bring this because the stuff we just pick up from the ground will be enough for us. Okay, so let's have a look. How's this one going? This one is still like not quite there. Not quite there yet. And this is also not there yet. And this one is getting something. Okay, so it's still 4, 8, 12, and then 10. 22 plus 1. 23 additional rockets to launch from this one. The other belt down, not required. The other belt down, not required. This one? But hey, this is nice. This does something, and I think I'm happy about it. Actually, I really want it like this, but I can't do that, so that I don't get... Yeah, I really don't dislike this. Because the... There. That's a balancer. Upward power on the splitter? Yeah, that's a good point. Yes, that looks better actually. Do I need this? No, I see that. Oh, actually it's better not to have it, because then if I take this priority out, then the stuff that should be going in here will now be blocked as a curve. And that this means that this is actually an even split of half goes this way, half goes this way. So there's actually not... It's not that it's not needed, it's more correct this way, because now one half only goes this way and the other half only goes that way. It's better. So, yep, this is better. Cool. And this is a somewhat dense belt. Can I... Oh, that's not great. Like, how much iron are you needing? 30 iron. Yeah, so this is needing... Yeah. This is better. So now they should be saturated here. Not that it really makes it. I saw a change about inserters being able to choose side. What does that actually mean? I'm just going to show you. Get an inserter, and it inserts. Now it's clear that it inserts here. Then I can just flip it, and then so you can choose which side of the belt, left, right, but not back and forth. It always inserts on the furthest away side, but now you can choose whether it's the left or the right hand side, which is nice because it means that blueprints that get mirrored don't get messed up, because that was a big thing before. Okay, so this one is almost done. These ones are half done and a quarter done, so we're pretty close. It's just the accumulators missing. What about this load infrastructure? Oh, that's expensive. Oh, this is because it's level 3. Okay, because it just when it's an infinite research, it just continues on the next one. Oops. Or maybe that's actually weird because it also needs productivity modules. Anything that's space science only? No, not really. I mean, clever, but who wants that? Let's get this one also, just because. Cargo, landing pad, unloading bay thing. How much is it? 500? 750. Okay. And hey, there's 2 rockets launching at the same time. That's an indication that things are getting better. Also, we see that the load infrastructure is keeping up, and that's because this one is... Yeah, that was actually a good addition here. Couldn't this be built even closer? Like, couldn't I move it 1 tile closer if I moved that one? I really think I should. I really don't know why I want, but I do. Just looks nicer, right? Yeah, they can't. Are you pressing to change the inserter? You wrote flip horizontal and flip vertical. That's... Oh, that's... I was about to say, that's odd, but it's not odd. It's amazing. Uncommon beacons are amazing. And then then I don't need an extra here, because that gets... This one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ugh. Is it 6, 7? Yeah, 6, 7. Hate it. It feels like I could skip that one. Let's skip that, skip these two. And then put that here. And that one here. Then I wouldn't need that. Pretty neat, actually. You're stopped the novice. Oh, that's not good, because you'd want something from ours. You want the processing units. No. And that efficient module. No. Did we get all of it? We're missing 5 here, and then somehow this is out of sync. But okay, so we now have only 9 additional rockets to be launched. That is not bad. That's not bad. We'll get that soon enough. What about me? Where should I... No, we get the Fulgora Express. We'll get that over here. The question that I also have now is, should I also get something else? Like, should these be upgraded to yellow assemblers? Would that make it better? Don't think so. I wonder if... Oh, we should have enough storage, right? Yeah. If we're not bringing circuits to... Actually, I think we should bring circuits. I think we should bring some green circuits. Because red circuits and blue circuits we get. And if I need some green circuits immediately... That one. Okay, that doesn't require any circuits. Okay. So. Yeah, okay. Don't need it. This one? Yeah, 150 on the way. Now it's just the home stretch. And then, of course, we need to go over here to pick up a lot of belts, a lot of stuff. So that will be another kind of headache. This express is... It's missing the blues, which is weird. Oh, it's just the rockets. This is just waiting for rockets. So please wait with this one a little bit and take this. Oh, I hate the sound. Skip next track. Okay, luckily, not hopefully, luckily it's finishing this ship first. So we are now only missing 105. No, this is 205. So that's 4, maybe 5 rockets. And the blue circuits are actually coming in at a, I would say, decent pace, all things considered. Might be time to upgrade the smelting block on Novice to increase the output potential. Nope, it's not. Because if I upgrade the smelting blocks, then I need to get foundries, and then I need to set to get the calcite in, and it's just not a thing I want to do at this point. I know that we're sitting here and waiting, but sort of the logical flow is that we want to spend as little time before going to Fulgora. And if I start sort of upgrading all of my smelting columns on Novice, then it's adding another couple of hours of where I should be progressing on Fulgora. That's how I feel like it. I'm never going to be using anything between this and 4. And there's also like the stuff that this isn't actually necessary to upgrade. Like, sure, it's going to suck with the steel, but ultimately, like, whatever. Like, this is producing at the rate it is producing. It's never meant to be an endgame base. This is a base that can build stuff so that we can get a little bit of things, so we can build a ship and move on, and then it can start operating. That's basically what this base is for. We'll also eventually get the signs out. Hello, kitty. Yeah, you're still... Yeah, I know. But I don't know. Want to come here? Yeah. Yeah. The hype kitty was just like, did you forget me? But I know I did not forget him. I did not forget it. Is this a death world? No, it's not. Just normal. Normal settings. Yeah. Look at him. Oops. Don't know what I did there. Okay, we got the last ones inbound. And then... Oh, these ones are not actually correct, are they? No. I think I need to change it so that it looks the same as these schedules. So it's either circuits and all satisfied or circuits at 300 seconds. Yes, let's do that. That means I need one more with circuits. There, that's the conditions. Either we are ready to go and have all requests, or we are ready to go and have waited 300 seconds. There. Ooh, Silver Caesar, thank you. Do you really need the oil refiner in Fulgora? Yes, don't we? Can't remember. Do we? Beer maintenance mode, yes. I don't. Okay, no, I don't. Thank you. I thought there was something. There you go. So. You tick off unload and oh, right, that's true. Don't unload here. Definitely don't unload. But we can unload on this planet because that's where we unload from. And this one is now ready to go. Yeah, everything is happy. This one's here. Okay, so say goodnight to the hype kitty. He did not do his job. Yeah. There you go. Right, so let's move to here. And I will be checking off this one. It feels weird that there are no enemies on Fulgora. It just kind of, yeah, it's a weird choice. I kind of wish there was a big bad sea creature. Yeah, something. Lightning is supposed to be the enemy? Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay. And I'm gonna hit you right on this one. Travel to space. Can't travel with your items in inventory trash slot. Alright, well, let's get the last ones out. Okay, I resent this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. So I'm gonna engage with Waltz Jr. Welcome. It's Factorio. I think your manner of speaking may not be in tune with the age gradient and age sort of average of this chat. You're very welcome, but the yos and the bros can probably not necessary. They're not conducive to an intellectual discourse here. It's funny. I went to this Tantra festival last week, and they're like, Tantra is a thing for generally 35 plus, because most people discover this thing when they sort of come out of their long marriage or long relationship and go like, there's got to be more to life than this. And then they start looking and they find maybe some subculture, and Tantra is one of the things people tend to find, and which is all good and fine. But sometimes there are also some younger people, and that's totally fine. But there was this young Swedish guy, and we just were like, hey, where is everyone? Like, I don't know, let's go check at the sauna. Okay, so we just walked there, and he was like, yeah, yo, bro. Yeah, I was like, know your audience, all right? He was like, yeah, let's check out some bitches. Like, nope, I'm not following you on that. That's not how we talk. This is, you can call me bro and I'll be annoyed, but the other thing, no. It is funny when, and especially when it then comes over and like advanced handshakes. I, I, I try when people want to fist bump or something, then if people go like that, then I just shake the fist. Like, that's just me showing like I don't want to engage at that. Like, yeah, there we go. Stop your top at and Marco just says that. Yeah, advanced handshakes. I don't know what to call it. Like, it probably is called something, but it's like and sometimes you go like, someone's like, oh, see, I don't know what's going on. Like, it's just too weird. Think you leave it? Yeah. Well, oh, that's actually true. We'll do that. We need to get all of this inbound here. No time for green belts. We have a lot on the planet, yes. We have a lot on the planet, and we have a lot on the planet. Great. So we have enough. It's just all of the rockets we're missing, right? And this one is flying now. Yeah. That was not a fly. No, that was me simulating an advanced handshake. Old man shakes fist at cloud. Yes, exactly. No blue stick for launching at volcanoes. Exactly. That's the issue. Yeah. You should laugh and tell them that most likely quite a bit older than their parents. I don't know. I also like, I don't like, it comes off as just an old dude yelling at clouds. That's not really my perspective, but it's just so funny with this like, what, like, you should kind of know how to speak to different people, right? So depending on who you're talking to, what's the how it is, then you sort of accommodate and talk to kids differently, and I think it's what I react to is the fact that there's this sort of obliviousness to the fact that not everyone speaks like this, and not everyone intends to speak like this, and as such, it just becomes like, well, do you talk like that at work? And do you even have work? And it's like, it's like, it's weird, right? We're in Rome, yeah, and it's just I understand that you talk like this among your friends who are the same age, but now you're sort of with people, and yeah, it is not a big deal. It's not something that offends me or triggers me. It's just funny, and I find it sort of anthropologically funny. Like, that's a quirky thing. Like, that was an interesting choice that you selected that as an option. Yeah. I might still be in university and never had the context switching before. Yeah, maybe so, maybe so. This is what we're here for. On the way, 150. Oh, because it combines it with that one. Ugh, weird. It's just so weird. Because now it will never get this part. Well, it needs to get to 300. We could also just ship it off with this. Yeah. Did you limit the collectors? Why are there so many chunks? Don't know what you mean. Like, there are not that many chunks. Like, they're on the belts where they should be. Yeah. The mixed rockets, I don't like it. No, that's not the right way to say it. I think that the mixed rocket is... It's trying to solve a problem, and it kind of oversolves that problem. Like, it solves the problem, but it creates as many new problems, like we just saw here. Like, if I say, okay, I want 300 blue circuits, because I know that I'll save up 300 blue circuits on the planet so that I can get those... Oh, shoot, I forgot to check if I have enough ammo. And therefore, if it starts sort of mixing something up, then suddenly I won't be getting the 300 circuits. I get 200 blue circuits because it's mixing with something else. And then suddenly I'll be like, okay, now I need 300 more blue circuits, which I don't have. And then the whole thing sort of gets out of tune with what is going on. And it's like, yeah. All requests satisfied. This one I think I've set up to like minimum 500. So we'll wait for this one to get in with 500 and then we'll send it back. They're good for auto construction. Yes, that's good. For constructing ships, that's good. But for managing ships back and forth, I don't really like them. Go on, one more. And that should... Why is this not triggering a rocket now? Not enough to fill a rocket. Are you sure? Because it does say that I need minimum of 500. So why is that not enough for a rocket? I don't get it. Help me understand this. Minimum payload 500. Why is it not sending those 500 in? Is it because there's no rocket available, or is it... Well, it's probably because there's no rocket available. In that case, we'll just send it back. Oops, did I forget? Oh, I'm fine. Because I don't really care about that one right now. Now we just need to ship more in here. Yeah, the reason why was because all of the rockets were sending in here. So it wasn't... The warning was incorrect. It was not... The functionality was correct, that it didn't send it up here, but the warning said that there were not enough to fill a rocket. That was not actually the reason. The reason was that there are no space, nothing that's ready to launch. This one's just ready, and that's the reason. Oh, this kind of sucks. That whole thing is not doing anything. That's not a lot. 25 more. 25 more. 25, 25, 25. Okay, so we're getting a lot of this in here. Yes, so that's the end of the undergrounds. And then we just need this. And this is 50 per rocket. So this is 20 rockets in total. And let's get the Volcanus Express. This has reached here. On the way, again with the 250. On the way, 320. I wish it would not do this. On the way, 4. So it's because it starts breaking it down and go like, oh, you're missing 4. Those 4 will come in plus something here, plus something there. And yeah, it's weird. When's the next YouTube episode coming out? There was just one today. So the next one will probably be Wednesday. Because I don't want to release them every day. It's bad for performance. So... It'll probably be Wednesday or maybe Thursday. I don't want to rush it. So, And the next one will be uranium, and the one after that will be landing on Volcanus, and then it'll be finishing up Volcanus, and then it'll be heading to Fulgora, and then it'll be building Fulgora, and there'll be probably one more on Fulgora, and like 3 on Fulgora, and then there'll be 3 more for Gleba, and then there'll be 3 more maybe for Aquilo, and then it'll be back to do more. So. Okay, so on the way, 550, that's good. It's also nice to see that the rockets are actually sort of getting in here fast. With how poor blue chips have been mixing, those might be work out for the what? With how poor have been mixing, those might be working out better. Maybe. Stuck waiting for something that will never be sent, and you'll have to put a rocket manually. Yes. Was there also something that we could get better? We did have on ours. We had some pretty good ones down here, right? We only have one of the good ones and 2 of these. Okay, we'll save those for a rainy day. Fulgora Express is just idling. This one is heading back with the 550 processing units, which is enough to launch 5, 6 rockets, I don't know. It's not much, unfortunately. And it is kind of what we're waiting for. I'm also kind of thinking maybe like this one wants the processing units. This is the only thing that requires processing units that we're building here. And as much as I'd like it, I don't know if that's what I want to build. 1, 2, 3, that's still, oh, it's 8 now. I really want this one to be done because there's a juicy amount of stuff in here waiting to launch a rocket. And one rocket part. It's almost here. Why did you greater than or equal to 1 instead of greater than 0 for certain conditions? Yeah, that's a legacy thing. When I did it, I was like, it doesn't make any sense. The reason was because I had like different conditions. First, I was like saying it should be 3 or more, because I was saying like each of them was sending a green signal, and I needed a certain amount of green signals before I could launch. And then I realized that it's not smart, because some things would have 3 green signals, other ships would have 4 green signals. So I consolidated into just a single green signal that would be only true when all of the things were there. And then I sort of just edited it from greater than or equal to 3 to greater than or equal to 1. And that's the legacy reason why it's like that. Yep. And these should be now working. Why not sending few launchers from Navis, and I prefer waiting till they're made here. Few launchers? What kind of launchers? Like rocket silos? Because of that. Too heavy for a rocket. It also doesn't matter. Like this, it'll build as fast here. It's the constraint is the 200 blue circuits that I need, and those can only be produced one place. So whether I produce in one place or the other, it's kind of the same. So. Do 600 because I might need 600. Volcanus Express here. You have launched everything, and now this one is still... actually, I don't want it. Good. Go back. It just needs to go back, get more. Let's see how many we have. We have 400 inbound. Okay, so... the only thing we're missing is 5 more or 10 more rockets. Well... so we'll get it. And it's also just some of those things. Like that's not the constraint right now. Ooh, look at that. The constraint isn't the amount of rocket silos. It's the blue circuits. But that's, yeah, that's how it is. And these are all stuck again. Waiting for you to go back. In your main boss on Volcanus, are you doing lava or molten stuff? If so, why? I'm doing lava here because lava is generic, and if I was doing, I explained it earlier. I like having my designs being. Oops. I like having my designs sort of modular or sort of connected. So basically, when I built this, if I was sort of having the molten iron and molten copper on the bus, then as soon as I built this, I would have to sort of think, oh, do I have enough molten iron, molten copper? Well, actually, maybe. And then I'd have to go back to, let's say, here where I built it, and then scale it up. So I would, by having them separated, I still need to match the throughput. Like I still, every time I put a design in that demands molten iron or molten copper, I would need to build it somewhere else for the design of that. So I'd much rather sort of consolidate it and say, I will always have a full pipe of lava, and I can always just keep adding more to it because it's so easy just to get more lava in here. So then I know that the build that I stamp down will take care of not relying on some other build of molten lava, molten iron, molten copper, to also be scaled up accordingly. That's why. And you could say that, well, maybe they're not all working at the same time, and therefore you could use fewer machines, and that's definitely true, but I don't think that's a problem. The city blocks, they're 50 by 50. That's the size of a roboport, so they exactly touch. Doing circuits on circuits? I don't know what you mean. I'm doing. I don't know what you mean by doing circuits. I am using some circuit logic, but it's not a lot. It's just kind of illustrating what I want. New style, you played the same way in Alchemy Factory. That's the... Yeah, it is... the origin of the city block is from service-oriented architecture, which by now is probably ancient history in the in software architecture. But back when I was a wee lad managing a development team, we were very keen on transforming from monolithic systems to service-oriented architecture, so that we wouldn't have to replace, or we were replacing one 35-year-old software monolith with a lot of other things. And we wanted to replace it with services so that we wouldn't have to replace all in one go, but we could sort of cut pieces of the cake out. And it was, in principle, a good idea. And that's the origin of the city block. It's that it's service-oriented architecture that has a specific designed inputs and outputs, and then does something. So basically, a block like this service is calling a plastic, so then and some lava and then some calcite. But asynchronous, it's producing this, and that's what I'm always doing, like making sure that the inputs are clean and the outputs are clean for each of my services or city blocks. Will come out of early access so I can watch you play it again. I hope so too. Vibe coded architecture in the future. Are you producing circuits? I'm producing circuits. Yes. There. Here. I'm producing everything I need on in this little hub. I don't think there's anything we need that I'm not producing. No? Water pumps, maybe? I don't know. There's some things where I'm like, yeah, whatever. Oh, this one keeps getting stuck on us. Let's see. Oops. Here. You're on that one again. Let's go back to Novice. No. What the hell? Now you're going back. $200, $300. Yes. Would be nice if 400. Yay! Go, go, go. 2 more rockets launching, and then we're good. We can leave. Oh, green, red, and blue circuits. Ah, of course. No, I'm not. Not yet. But I do have the designs ready. I will do it, but I'm just not doing it now. They are ready to be built here. Blue, red, and green. They can be upgraded to rare and legendary quality as needed. But we're not doing that now. Wow, 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 wow. Little kitty is complaining. Doesn't look like we can get the last one in. Let's have a look. They're still working. Okay, so this one should be getting here. Okay, that's one. And that one's... Okay, so we are getting this. Okay. So we'll be launching very soon. It's a little bit past 11. So we will land on Fulgora today. We won't be doing much because this is definitely not a hype train day. Question not about 2-1. In the Prometheum ship on the Masterclass, there's a spaceship instruction that if clever equal 4... I couldn't figure out what it does. Can you remember why? No. I think I know something. I can't remember the logic of it, but it's kind of... Oh, the number was... It was... Yeah, it's something with the speed, maybe? It makes sense if it's something with speed. And this one should get the last ones. Great. So when these are in here, we're going to go. There was something about... Like, I think it's the spaceship is resting at Gleba, ironically enough, because it's the closest to the outer part, but it's not going out until something, or it's coming back and wait, I can't remember. It was really advanced and it was super awesome. Yeah, it's coming back and waiting, so there's only one ship at Nauvis at the time. Good, this ship is ready, and I'm going to take a break, and then we can use this as right before heading to Fulgora and figure out what's going on there. Be back in 2 minutes. Okay, welcome back. Yeah, so the issue with my Prometheum, with my Mega Base, was that I could only have... there were several constraints. I could only allow one ship to be over Nauvis at the same time, because it arrived at Nauvis and then all of my biter farms activated at once, and they had to activate at once. And if 2 ships arrived, then the demand for eggs would be bigger than I could supply, and therefore it would launch and both of them would get half, and then they would start sending up a little bit as the biters spawned, which meant that they had the biter eggs started degrading and they would blow up before they'd be consumed. So I had to make sure that there was only ever one ship over Nauvis at any given time. And in order to do that, I had to sort of park them on the way back. When they didn't have any eggs, then I parked them on Clever so that they would sort of be stuck there until they got a notification that there is now only one ship available, or one, or some token was picked up and they could now go back. Yeah, because as soon as they go to Nauis, they would demand all the eggs. So that's why. And if you just have one Prometheum ship, then it doesn't matter. But if you have many, then that's a problem. And I needed 3 for the mega base. I think there was a comment here about... Oh, I do have 100 splitters. I thought I only had like 20 or 50, but that 100 should be enough. So I'm going to go to here. Whee! We got robots. Let's go. Oh, it's saved. Nice. Space map. Ba-ba-da. Oh, that's a long way. Is that safe? It probably isn't. Let's keep an eye on this. This one. Okay, so ammo is actually fine for now. So it can maintain the ammo, this ship. But it might not maintain the fuel though. What are the conditions for turning it green? This one? Yeah, okay, so it's missing some ammo. I don't think that's gonna be a big deal. Like if it's lost 100 ammo by going back to Canada here, and then as we get closer to Nauvis, it'll stop actually demanding anything or shooting anything. We should see this go the other way now. Yeah, there we go. Because we're still scooping up a lot of things, and these are producing. Do you still hate Kleber, or did you get over it? I don't know if I hate Kleber. I just don't think it's fun. I think it's a great idea, but I think they missed. They messed it up, in my opinion. I know it's harsh, but they had such a great idea about the spoilage and the aliens and the biological stuff and the farming. Such a great idea. I just don't like the way they implemented it. So it's and you have to jump through so many hoops because of how the spoilage works, and because of that, it just becomes like, yeah. We find some designs and make it work, and that's just it. So. I think Aquilo is the best planet. I love the design challenge of Aquilo. Like, it's pain in the ass, but it's so fun because it's so new designs that you come up with. And I think I think maybe also some of the stuff I don't like so much about Gleba is that on Gleba you really don't have any. You're not using anything that is the same, but on Aquilo you're sort of building the same designs, but oh, they don't work because I have to do something different. That's not the way it works on Gleba. It's just like, oh, we have to do these biomass thingies, and they are used for everything. Okay. And I actually want you to pause up here. Cargo landing bay, and a stack of robots. That's the stuff we need right now, right? Ow! That actually hurts. No, cliffs. I forgot cliffs explosives. I forgot cliff explosives. Didn't I? Yes. Oops. That's a problem. Well... And then we get research. Bum, ba-dum. Vacuum all of this. And that one. And let's keep taking stuff out. And I have a special blueprint for this. I don't think we're gonna build on this island. Just kind of feeling it. And I'm deliberately not deleting these, because in the beginning they're actually useful. Okay, so it's now no longer nighttime, so we can move out. Just using this to find an island. Not great. Maybe something down south. Oh. Don't kill my robots! Ow, you can kill me, but not my robots. Where's my shelter? There's no shelter on this island. Damn, that sucks. Hmm? Take some of these holmium thingies while they're here. Still not very good islands. If you look at our city block size. We started here. Let's move up. Bit further west. Oh, let's go up here. Doesn't seem particularly good, this one. Yeah, is it worth recycling all of it? Does that just give me more or less inventory space? Don't know. This could be a big island. Ah. That looks like something. Full of cliffs though, but still. Those can't be dealt with. All that juicy holmium. We have that one to hide in. I think here, 2 next to each other, or 1, 2, potentially 3, or here, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this is the best place. Can't remember the actual design space here. It is this. It's mainly 2 blocks, and then I do the recycling below ground. Below, I think it's these 2 blocks that are the essential ones. These also need to be rebuilt into this version here. So I could build it like up here for these 2, and then have down here the sorting and then trains and stuff like that. And having these 2 being the 2 main. Yeah. Let's do that. And we also now need to make this one. That means I need stone. We can do some of this. Blah. Let's just kind of get a sense of. There we go. And then I can continue to clean this out. I really want this one. I both want to send all the stuff down, but I also want to get the damn cliff explosives. But I guess I have to wait a little bit with the cliffs. That'll be the next iteration. Here's our safety thing we can stay under. That one. Just keep recycling. And then we can't do these yet. They do require some power, don't they? It's funny when you look at these things, it doesn't generate electricity. It generates electricity. That's kind of how it is. And now I can make these. Get that out. Get that back in. Ah, takes forever. Oh, that's safety here. Where are they? There they are. That's a car. Yeah. We're gonna have to experiment with how close they need to be. I can't get them to close that middle blob there. What was the original design for this? It's the middle. And then it's also out here. Okay. So then maybe that is better. So let's remember, what does this look like here? Here. And it has to be on the furthest away. And if that one is here, then it has to be completely irrelevant thing to do right now, but it is actually working. So this will cover the middle for us. Okay. And then we still need like the corners somehow. That has to be the same everywhere. That's no good. Here. This one should be exactly the same up here. Otherwise it doesn't make any sense. There. And then that will cover the whole city block. So that's going to be our city block for now. Good. Let's make some more of these just because. Get that one out and get it back in there. Good. Alright, so then this will be our starter block. You have an extra in the top left. This one, yeah, but... Oh, that one. Yes, you're right. No! No! The horror. Damn. Why are you using a different silver? Because I like this better, but I'm not sure I do. Because the previous one actually worked. Why does this not work? Me on all plants. The standard work. Yeah, I'm sure, but there's just a little bit about this one that you can kind of get it in a certain way, then somehow that one closes. And I don't know how I got this to close. I want to try something. No, it doesn't close. See? Look at how little of a difference it is. Okay, so I'm gonna stamp down the blueprint here and see if it closes. It does fucking close it. How does this work? And how does the other one not work? Okay, so let's Oh. I don't know which one of these was the one. Yeah, it still works. I remember that I had almost given up when I did the original design. And then I was like, oh, it works. Okay, so now I take this blueprint. And then see, I can't do this because it'll intersect at just the right, just these spots. And the thing is, I think this is such a delicate balance that if I do anything, if I move it one tile over, it's not working anymore. Here. And this one. But then maybe if this is also moved one tile over, and then that should allow that to still work. There, that's our design. Don't fix it if it ain't broken. This is, it can't be rotated, but you never need to work it. So I just needed to switch it over by one. I'm just checking. Yes. Good. So, and then I need a new book. And then we do city block. Woo! Probably don't need this in the city block. Lightning, what are they called? Lightning rod. There. Snap to grid. 50 by 50. And adjust it inwards like that. And then 25, 25. So it always works. Ta-da! If you place one on the right and one at each row port. That's kind of what I did. Yeah. Okay, so let's kill this. Okay. And let's see, that means we now need to get basic landing. Love the music on Factorio. It's so good. What? That feels weird that this is part of the blueprint. That seems like a little bit of an oopsie. This, and then I can bring things inbound here. Go. Oops. Oh, did I no, I did get this one. Did I? No, I should not get that one. I should get this one in first. Because I needed to launch faster. Yeah. Oh, no, 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 definitely not the ammo. There you go. Now it's easy to receive. And then I think I want my... Oh! I just made the blueprint, but I didn't put it in here. There you go. And I'm pretty sure we have a design for just a random power block. Yes. I'm gonna copy that. Copy. Get in here. So much we don't need. Don't need these. Oh, this could actually be different. Yeah, I don't discard changes. This power block I have to build myself. So I want to build it somewhere where I can actually use it. So let's build a power block down here. That one, yes. Yeah. Did we get everything off? Yes. So let's send you to Volcanus so we can pick up those and come back. Yeah. That's working. And then let's get down here. So now was the point where the comment about, hey, we can actually get the full coverage here by doing this is actually really valuable, because now that means I can just completely spam all of these everywhere. Stuck. No. There. Yep, we just send it back for cliff explosives, so yeah, we're good. This should give us a really nice amount of power here. And of course this corner is gonna suck because I don't have that one, but maybe I can. I'll just make one up here. That'll protect it. Great, so that's just because I haven't built it yet. Yeah, there we go. It's protected. And this one will also now be protected. And that one be protected. Damn those cliff explosives. I'm yearning for them. Yeah? That one is not safe, but also not needed. Volcanus Express, where are we at? You are... Oh yeah, it has to go past... hold on. It's this one, Factorio Express. Where are you at? You are at... Stopped at Volcanus, so we're just kind of getting all of this in here. Do we actually need that much foundry? No. Do we need this mining drill? Yeah, we need some, but we don't need 40 of them. So, we definitely need this. But there's 60 on the way, which is fine. We'll take what we get here. Are you really invented city blocks? Yes, absolutely. Of that, there is absolutely no doubt. I mean, there's doubt in some people, but there's no doubt, and I have the proof for it. 9 years ago, I have a YouTube video where I talk about city blocks. And it was in my season 4, Yuki Industries were on the world map, where I built in Africa, and then I started making city blocks because I kind of needed to sort of break it into different themes, because there were so many different factories in Yuki Industries that just kind of had to have like a theme to each. And then I started building it there, and it kind of grew from there. And I also deliberately coined the term city block because I had at that moment in time, it was I started doing Bob's mods, and I started playing Factorio, and then after that I started doing Bob's mods, and then that became more popular, sort of from Reddit, and then Arumba and Stijo started playing it, and they were sort of copying my designs, and I couldn't really do anything about it. And then I started doing Angels, and I did Angels Petrochemicals, and I did tutorials for it. And then they started playing it, and they started copying my designs, but not really mentioning it. And they got tons of views, and I didn't get any views. And I was really frustrated with it, because I was like, every time I sort of went into something, they kind of went after and took all the views. I thought it was awful, but it was actually turned out to be a really good thing for me, because I didn't have the reach. But people sort of watched them play, and then they sort of wanted more, and then they found me playing, and then they were like, oh, this guy actually knows what he's doing. And then they kind of hung around. And that was before City Blocks. And I was like, I'm so annoyed that they keep copying, and I can't do anything about it. So I was like, I'm going to come up with some of concepts that are mine. And I did various things in my various sequences. And then City Blocks was something, and I'm going to have a name so that I know when people actually talk about it, I know that it is my term that they're using. The same as like using terms like the LDS shuffle. Then when people call it LDS shuffle, they go like, yeah, I know where that comes from. So booting up and playing the game for the first time, nope, because I played first off camera. But my very first Factorio video is 10 years old in a year and 13 days. So, no, not a year. It's in 1 month and 13 days. So in 1.5 months from now is going to be my and a 10-year anniversary for Factorio content on YouTube, which I think is pretty impressive. Don't really need so many more. This one we have plenty. It's just a matter of whether we can launch it. So. Maybe to review some of our signs. Oh, look at the blue signs. Oh my god, we've way too much blue signs. What are we going to do about it? Something with yellow signs? Anything we want with yellow signs? Not really. I mean, we want to continuously always have this. This is cheaper, so let's get that one. Any space signs? We could do Glabber, but I don't really care for that right now. It's going to be a long time until we need it. So, and then we do research here. Yeah. Anything special for the occasion? No, not really. It's talking about my current relationship. Yeah. Re-uploading the first? I don't know. Maybe that re-uploading the first might actually be an interesting thing. Like, it would be interesting, and sort of seeing how much is different and how much is the same, and whether you can recognize. Actually, it might be fun. Because the funny thing is, like, it has like 3,700 views or something. It was like, I would have expected people to sort of go like, hey, I wonder what this guy's first video was. React to a first video like, oh my god, what the hell's... I react. Factorio Pro reacts to first time player. Yeah. Oh. It's my mind goes here every time I see React content. I would hate it if I as a content creator, my supremely most watched video was me reacting to another YouTuber. I would just be like, I mean, of course, I'd be like, fuck yeah, that's couple of million views, but and yeah, a couple of $1,000 down my pocket. But I would still be like, really, really, the best I can do is reacting to someone else. That's also kind of why I'm not doing it. Like, of course, I don't like the React content, but I'm also like, I don't want that to be the state. Couple of million views are dignity, hard choice. No, no, it's not. Like, have you seen the amount of ad integrations I have? Like, for example, there are really respectable channels that are promoting Incogni. Like, oh, your privacy is safe with us. Like, no, it's not. Incogni is owned by the same company that is the scum of the world. So it's like, you're like, you're sending all your private data to this company so that they can remove the private data. But along the way, you check the box that says, can we share it to our sister companies? And that's the one that sell your fucking data. So like, you just voluntarily gave them all of your private data and validated that it is your private data, and then they're gonna turn around and sell it. And a lot of respectable YouTube channels like Legal Eagle are promoting that shit. And same with Honey, which was like some time ago, was also like a gigantic scandal. And it's like, so no, it's not about like a couple of them or dignity. No, it's not a hard choice. It's a fucking easy choice. And I hate my fellow YouTubers for having so little spine. There's no doubt that Legal Eagle is making enough money. Like, why do you need that kind of money? Like, why do YouTubers sell out so much? That's so crazy. Oh, we're in the middle of an incognito sponsorship. Yes, we are. This stream includes brand integration. Like, I hate the fact that it's like that. That you see some respectable YouTuber, and then you go like, ah, fuck, you're promoting this shit? Like, ah. For a lot of people, morals are cheap. Yes, I completely agree, but I don't understand it. That is why my favorite YouTuber is Hank Green. Like, that guy has just the best ethics. And also because, and you can also say like someone like Day9 is also not doing these silly, stupid sponsorship. He does sponsorships for a game that he'll play, and it has to be a game that is relevant. He's not going to take sponsorships for Raid Shadow Legends. He's going to take sponsorship for a game that he is interested in playing, and that's kind of how I'm also doing it. So it's all about money, though. It's always all about money. Yeah, Hank Green sponsored by his own socks and his own soap, yes, and his own productivity app, yep. And I love that. So it's also, and this is where that's also where I'm going, and I don't know. I think that again, that's also something that is. Are you standing here? Those go down. Let's also get this, because why not? And then let's just go. Yep. Yeah, so for me, I can tell myself that my morals are because I don't have to. Because I'm gonna need a lot more. Because I have the sponsorship or sort of the patronage, and that keeps me from sort of having to sell out. But I also know that I wouldn't be selling out. Then I just would have stopped being a full-time content creator if I couldn't make it work. Because I don't like that idea. Oh, this was the most important corner, actually. There. Sweet. Now we have landed safely. So many Day 9 references, like both Day 9 way back to SC2 Daily. Yes. We're also live even on Twitch. Great job. Thank you. Yeah. Day 9 is the one that inspired me to become a content creator. And just the absolute joy. This is my highlight of my streaming career was realizing that Day 9 was not just a viewer, he was a fan. That's like when your icons turn out to be your fan, it's like, wow. I found this channel from Day 9. Oh, that's so nice. And there. Can we actually do this? What are we here? We're missing some indicators on what's supposed to be in each of these. So you used to watch StarCraft content. I used to back in StarCraft, and right when Brood War hit, I would say top 5, but maybe realistically top 10 Danish StarCraft players. We were like a small band that were consistently beating everyone else, and we were the menace of DKN1. So I played a lot, and I've also laddered under various Smurf accounts. I played a lot. So yeah, there was no such thing as being pro back then. SC2, no, I wanted to play SC2, but by the time SC2 came out, I played it, and I literally turned to sweat, and by literally I mean figuratively, as one does. I got so stressed. I played these games, and I played decently well. I was learning the game as everyone was, and I was winning more than I was losing. But after each game, my hands were ice cold, and I was sweaty, and my fingers were all tensed up, and my heart rate was 180. And I sort of needed like a half an hour to sort of calm down, and then I play again. And I was like, I can't do this. This is a young man's game. I couldn't do that. If I knew to start critical, I was a pro player. Yeah. So one CO2, one pro in a clan before you get a hell of money out of it. Good times. Nice. Yeah. The vibes for Gen Z are good here. Well, the vibes is not really a Gen Z thing, is it? Well, what do we have on the different ones? So this must be water. And like in terms of content creation, I'm of the opinion that I'm going to do it the way that I want to do it, and if that's no longer sustainable, then I'm just not gonna make money off of it, and that's just how it is. So what are the other ones? Oh, the other one is the electro thingy, and then one of them is something else. Maybe heavy oil, probably. I don't think it's light and heavy. Trigger rant about spaghetti megabases. Do they exist? Like, do spaghetti megabases actually exist? Because I don't think so. And by spaghetti megabase, I mean megabase not in as the floor print, but in terms of the performance. I just don't think they exist. So we're going to do that, and then we clean up all of the junk here. Oh, that radar is actually a problem, that I don't have it. I can't do it because we don't have green circuits. Ah! How do we get... Need to make holmium plates? Oh, we have this one. So we can make a recycler. Or a lot of them. Yeah, so then you then you just upload blueprints. Could be cool. Yeah. Electrolyte heavy, bottom is heavy. Oh, thank you. Finish. And that's the electrolyte thingy, that one. Thank you. That makes sense. So, now all of this isn't getting done yet, but what... so water comes from ice, and ice is something we have. So that goes in here. That gets me some ice, and that should get this one eventually working. Slowly. Yeah, first we're gonna do it without. This one will be upgraded to speed modules later on, but right now we don't have a lot of power, so this is where we go. Oh, not all of them. I need some green circuits here for the radar. There. Oh, good. And we still do the same mistake here of not bringing it on the belts, the pipes here. Okay, so I was about the spaghetti thing. I had a 4K SPM megabase with 30 UPS because spaghetti. Wow. See why I should have more than 120 seconds. Oops, what's something going on? Oh, Fulgora. Up here. Okay. Yeah, let's just take that out. 120 signs per second. Well, if you get about 960 signs per second, then you can say you have 1,000,000 signs per minute. And that's pretty neat. So, this was a special Factorio stream because this is the first Factorio stream that was nowhere near. We didn't have any hype trains, no hype trains at all. That's a little surprising. I don't expect like a level 5, but there was like no hype train. And only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 subs in a 4-hour Factorio stream. That's really surprising. But that's what it is. Sometimes it's like that. Sometimes it's different. Yesterday was amazing with the glorious hype train. So today, not so much. And I'll be back on Thursday, and there will be another. There is no video on YouTube today, and I will also be making another video before Thursday. So that will be on Wednesday, I think. And then I'll also, right now I'm in the process of uploading the save game. If any of you patrons want to get a save game for today, then that will be available in short order. There we go. That is now available. It's called 09E3T14 because that makes perfect sense. That's just
Tales of our endeavors proliferate.
Hey Mirage, thank you for the 7 gift subs. Much appreciated. I don't want to start anything now. I'd much rather have that generosity waiting for another stream. Yeah, so let's double that. Double it. Yeah, you just doubled it. You just doubled my income in the last second of the stream. Awesome. Yeah, that's not how it works. I think people are still on vacation. That doesn't matter. That's the nature of streaming. Like sometimes it's amazing, sometimes it's not, and it's not really symptomatic of how the quality of the gameplay, the quality of the rants. It's just kind of random. Sometimes things start, sometimes things don't, and you got to show up every day because you never know. That's how it is. So, thank you very much for watching. I will see you guys on Thursday, and thank you everyone for supporting on Patreon and anywhere else, and just hanging out and having great conversations. Good night, take care, and stay effective, everyone.